I do not. I must be shadow banned again. I think I put out too many videos at once last night. By the way, for those of you that were asking about the Menendez brothers, I did do my intro video for that last night. It may or may not have taken me several hours, but I hope that you guys like it. Okay, I am on the tube of you for the visual. Now I just got to share screen. Hold on. Hi, Dora.
But he's not the only one.
Sorry.
North Carolina
we don't talk about that in here. No.
judges like Jefferson Griffin back an extreme legal theory that resulted in state bans on IVF and total abortion bans. To protect your rights, let's keep Allison Riggs on the state Supreme Court.
Now, there we go.
I'm Millie, a content creator, coach, and business owner. If I had to start my business from zero, I would have focused on building out my client experience with Honey.
Okay, let's take our first peek. And guess what? They're not there. They're staring at the clock. Okay, who is going to be keeping an eye on the landfill? Thank you. By the way, wait, did I lose my replacement already? Hold on. No. My Brow This Way replacement came. Better? And also, guys, as we're waiting for that clock to turn into people, a new product has arrived. I know it's backwards, but HR Glow Capsule Cream. This is a brand new one that just came out. And guess what, team? Our iPad should be arriving here today as well. So we'll be good on that front. Okay. It's looking like what it's looking like. I'm not going to make a joke, but if Sam was here, Sam would know exactly what I'm thinking right now. Somebody tell Sam to come help predict this. Karen, what am I thinking? May as well try it right away. No. But yeah, I mean, we'll totally go with that. My brother will be honest what he sees. Oh, is that brother? Brother, are you in here? Brother, where art thou? Okay. Ready? This is our brand new product. The HR Glow Capsule Cream. Ready? Okay, focus on your little. This is what I just put all over my face. If I'm the only one thinking it, then I'll just shut up and move the hell onward. So, as you guys got to see, brand new product that I just unboxed, put on my face with you guys here live. So, I mean, it feels good. And it smells good. Don't worry, Sarah's not in court yet. We're just entertaining ourselves as we're staring at the clock on the wall in the courtroom. I'll be here all week. Jamie, you know what I was thinking, right? Karen, I'm surprised that you don't know. I saw my brother in here, but he is not answered. I'm going to have to bring it out again. Either that or my sleep-deprived brain is just wrong. So wrong. Okay. I know I didn't come live and de-makeup and go through that whole thing with you guys last night, but I was working. I had to do the Delphi video, then I had to do the Menendez brothers video. They're both up, and you know how I was going to go to sleep right after my live? I didn't go to sleep till after 1 a.m. But the videos, those are caught up. I'm still behind on about 3 more. I'm working on it. And one of those is if I say the wrong name this morning, kick me and let me know. The Kentucky woman who cooked her mama. I do the updates for it with Saren. Well, I did a video on Saren yesterday. You guys should check it out. Her requests were a bit interesting. Her snack request, I mean, she's going full diva, and it's not even a diva situation. Okay, thank you. Wait, what time is it? That will probably make sense because they're 2 hours behind us. I sure as hell would have too. She was so specific that she wanted 4 peppermints, 2 bags of chips, 2 cookies, and 2 juice boxes. What's with the 2, Saren? Okay. So I do the visual of the clock up on the tube of you. If you guys want to join us. If you don't, we're just staring at a clock, so it's not a big deal. You know who she thinks she is? She thinks she's Saren Books instead of Sarah Boone, which we rightfully named her. I hope not. I'm the only one that you guys should have to hear opening stuff. I know. Okay. So are we thinking this is the only skincare we should put on stage just to see how I react to this one? I think it's so. It's not like as greasy as some of the other stuff feels as it's being absorbed. But I thought she was going to ask for what's the one that you get when the sun's coming up and you have it with brunch? Mimosa. I may be awake. My brain might be taking a little bit longer to get there. But you know what? At least it's slightly entertaining. If you can't laugh at oneself, it's a sad world. Yeah, you, me, and 3 and 4 else. Yeah, all of us. And I mean, the kind that doesn't have alcohol, I would never encourage that. Ever. I wouldn't blame it on me either. I know. I'm being extra. Well, we know who does blame. Never mind. I'll just leave that there. If I tell you guys that this is missing again, it's in my pen holder this time. I so much love the brow this way. One, because it goes on so smooth. Thank you for the follow. Okay. We good, right? Karen, can you tell Sam that we're live? Is she up yet? Have we communicated with her? And I am very aware that I'm behind on the WhatsApp. I'll get there though, I promise. Just give me a minute. You know what's funny is you guys aren't even the ones that are trying to hurry me. I'm trying to hurry me, and I'm responding to my own re-hurrying. Hot Mess Express? Maybe. But side note, my hormones are a mess, so I'm getting a pimple trying to come out here. Not that you all want to know about that. But thank you for ignoring it. Thank you, Jules. Okay, thank you, Parker. So, I'm thinking I need to get myself together. Brow This Way is what it's called. And it is by Rimmel. It's literally called Brow This Way instead of Born This Way. But that is the best eyebrow.
You need to know that Dan Bishop supports laws to ban abortion with no exceptions for rape, incest, or the life of the mother. He and Mark Robinson will use their positions to control women's lives. I'm running for Attorney General to defend your freedom, not strip it away.
I think I'm having a little bit of a moment with that.
Time to move? Make it easy with Open Door. Sell your home in any season for any reason. Start your move at opendoor.com.
I decided to go with the simpler ones today because it's just one of those days. But I will say it's not the most comfortable earrings to put in. I somehow got, okay, I got it undone. Brow This Way is the name of the pen. It's by Rimmel. Instead of saying Born This Way, the pen is named Brow This Way. Wait, did you? Sorry, I answered you twice, didn't I? Sarah, are you having a gourmet breakfast and a mimosa before court? Because it's 9:50 there. Oh, I just saw I had cut the camera, so it looks like they are moving in there. And the camera's taking a turn, and drum roll, please. There she is. There's our actress. I mean, criminal. I mean, alleged. Yes, I'm aware I'm on the Hot Mess Express today. Well aware. She fits in at the lawyer table again. But you know what I'm not seeing is a lot of makeup. But then she never really wore a lot of makeup. So maybe she just wanted some concealer and maybe. I mean, I could be wrong. Not like that would be the first time. The second time. Or the last time. All right. Where's my volume? No sound in court yet. Okay, that's normal. That's totally normal. I think I need to start having one of y'all up here with me so you guys don't start questioning my moments of talking to you. Maybe see me end up talking to myself. Hey, at least I'm only influencing 38 minds with my insanity. Okay. I'm thinking it might be a high ponytail kind of day. Don't worry, nothing.
We're back on the record.
Oh, now it
Case number
is.
2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Let me get appearances for the state. Okay, Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing the same clothing from this morning. Ms. Boone, a third of your defense team is not present at the moment. Are you amenable to proceeding without Mr. Beck being here? Okay, thank you very much.
It is this morning. What are you talking about?
Counselor? Thank you. Record reflect that Mr. Beck has just entered the courtroom.
He was late yesterday, too, wasn't he? The same guy?
From the motion in limine hearing from yesterday, and my understanding is both the state and the defense were provided copies of same. Mr. J, is that accurate?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Owens, is that accurate? Okay.
The
court's reviewed it. Are there any questions with regards to the court's rulings on that motion?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
My understanding is that based on
Sure.
In case you didn't know, Sarah Boone came up with totally new defense yesterday.
And of course,
I'm
provide
very
you,
interested to
printed
hear what
copy,
the
sir.
motions are going to be this morning. I know they're still in pretrial motions, but we're closer. I wouldn't be surprised if there was another delay, to be completely honest with you. You got to remember, from the juror selection,
Have you had the opportunity to review that excerpt yet, Mr. Owens? All right, go ahead and take a look at it.
That's the ring light reflection. Michelle, come on, get your shit together. So, 2 of the jurors that were seated during jury selection, COVID. Other jurors that were seated with them are now feeling sick. So I completely understand them getting that. Completely understand it. It's almost like it's cursed.
Earn up to $130 for your first 2 plasma donations.
It's all
with flexible hours.
For Saren, because this is her trial, so don't mind me. I need to figure out how to make this part of my eye stop sagging so much. It's sagging more than this part, so when I do my makeup, it's really looking frumpy. I wouldn't be surprised, and you know what? They want a delay. They need more time. Anything she touches, we know it don't turn to gold. And we know it doesn't provide extra oxygen. Matter of fact, it does the opposite. She tried to cut off his airway once before that, too. Allegedly. My eyes are red because I just woke up. I promise that's the only reason. There she is.
All right, Mr. J, you may proceed.
Morning, Sam.
Thank you, Judge. We are referring to a rough draft printout that the court reporter made.
Here we go.
4 pages of part of your rulings from, there were several motions yesterday, but in this one, it's on page 1, lines 22 through 24. Part of the court's ruling was it's indisputable that an overt act needs to be provided under the Holland case by the Florida Supreme Court prior to battered spouse syndrome
100%.
evidence coming in. And perhaps the state wasn't clear in its request, and I apologize
Visual.
if I was not.
You're the visual. Michelle's criminal musings on 2 of you.
Paragraph 24 of the state's motion includes.
Good morning, Penny. Good morning, YouTube.
Holland case.
Thank you for the
However,
follow-up,
before a
Liz.
defendant may introduce evidence of the victim's.
Of the victims, what? We can't hear you. And it's not because I'm going through stuff. We genuinely can't hear you. I need a hair tie. Mila took my hair tie. Mila, bring mommy a new hair tie since you ran off with it and hid it under the bed. But you're a cat, so you're not going to listen to
Must
me.
first show that there was an overt act by the victim at or about the time of the incident that reasonably indicated a need for self-defense. Holland versus State, 916 Southern 2nd, 750, page 760 of that opinion, a Florida Supreme Court case from 2005, which was quoting Quintana, Quintana versus State, 452 Southern 2nd, 98, page 100, a Florida First DCA case from 1984, also quoting Williams versus State, 252 Southern 2nd, 243, 246 is the page. Florida 4th DCA, 1971.
Especially Mila.
Reed, R-E-I-D versus State, 213 Southern 3rd, 1110 at page 1111. Florida 5th DCA, 2017.
1.
Rudin versus State, 182 Southern 3rd, 724 at page 726. Florida 1st DCA, 2015. So what we were asking for is, in addition to the battered spouse syndrome expert testimony, to not be mentioned prior to an overt act being laid, was evidence of the victim's character, including reputation or prior bad acts. We apologize if that was not clear, since the motion is titled the
I don't like how
battered
this is
spouse syndrome
sounding.
evidence, but the backbone and basis of that battered spouse syndrome is obviously prior bad acts by the victim. So we are seeking a pretrial ruling as well on the admission of prior bad acts, specific bad acts, or reputation evidence of the decedent.
Thank you. Response.
So victimizing the victim. Got it.
I just have one question as to what time. Are we talking about before Dyer? Are we talking about opening statement? What time are we talking?
During the testimony in the trial.
That was my takeaway.
Yes, but with it being
Absolutely
honest.
correct.
Okay, the motion's granted. So the court's going to rely on that specific excerpt in Holland, 916 Southern 2nd, 750, at pinpoint 760 through 761. Beginning with, as a general rule, evidence of a victim's character is inadmissible to prove actions in conformity with it on a particular occasion, section 90.4041 Florida statutes. However, when a claim of self-defense is raised, a defendant may introduce evidence of a victim's character to establish who the aggressor was, or that the defendant was apprehensive of the victim at the time of the homicide. Internal citations omitted. However, before a defendant may introduce evidence of the victim's character, he must first show that there was an, quote, overt act by the brackets victim, end bracket, at or about the time of the bracket incident, end bracket, that reasonably indicated a need for bracket self-defense, end bracket, internal citations omitted. That's the standard. So hearing no objection from the defense, the motion will be granted.
Objection. He's like, I may forgot, but you know.
Okay, received and understood. Any other clarifications
Well,
for the
this is
purposes
good.
of
I'm going to go
opening
grab a hair tie.
or trial based
Well,
on
actually, anyone
the
need to
court's
come up
oral
in.
rulings on the
Yes,
state's
Carol?
motions in limine yesterday?
Someone hold the car wheel. I need to go get my hair tied.
Of the clerk of the court and the court. It's just that we can have some written rulings, even if it's just minutes from all the motions that were ruled upon yesterday. At some point. For the record, 62.
Okay.
Yes.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll be right back.
Anything further from the state before we proceed with the objections? Defense.
Okay. Mila, where's my hair ties, young lady? Mommy's hair ties are not toys.
That is correct, and the court ruled specifically on that yesterday. And that's in the excerpt that was provided to you and your co-counsel. All right, thank you.
I also believe part of the court's ruling was that the testimony that was proffered, the expected testimony of the defendant that was given to the experts, I believe the court's position was if that is the testimony, then that is not an overt act.
The court's statements yesterday speak for themselves. I'm not going to rehash that matter today.
Thank you, dear.
Anything else, Mr. J? Anything else, defense? All right, let's proceed with these objections. The court again has had the opportunity to review that fifth amended reciprocal discovery exhibit list filed by the defense.
Okay.
I believe back
Don't
on
worry, we're
October the 2nd or the 3rd, and the court was provided yesterday the actual exhibit list itself and the state's response and objections to same. There's no need to go over the items for which the state has no objections. So state, I would ask you just to, provide.
Let me do this over here.
As to the ones that you have objections for, and I have notes with regard to all of them. So you may proceed, sir.
One by one, I assume?
Now I see.
I think that's the easiest way to do. I know we start with item 1 and then go to 3, 4,
Thank you
etc.
for
So
bringing back,
we can
miss.
ping pong it back and forth from there.
All right, regarding item number 1 on the fifth amended reciprocal discovery exhibit list from the defendant, I do not believe we have received those records.
It's okay. I'm good now.
Response from the defense.
Referring to 1A is all the state's evidence that you believe you can use, and I labeled that as paragraph 0 in my response. So specifically talking about your paragraph that you labeled 1, certified medical records from Advent Health Orlando, paren, not yet received by the defense, paren. It's not yet received by the state, paren.
The defense has not received those records.
Motions or the objection is sustained. Moving to 3. Are these the 550 pages that we addressed yesterday?
My belief, and again, none of the exhibits are numbered as they get disclosed to the state. They're not Bates numbered. I do that myself. But what I have and what I believe is states 2 was 81 pages of records regarding treatment by.
I'm not talking about 2. You don't object to 2. Talk about 3.
Well, I do need to talk about 2 now
The
because
prosecutor's sounding a little bit shaky this morning.
After having previously already been given
It's okay.
81
Thank you for coming up,
pages
though.
of records that purport to be from Winter Park Advent Health regarding treatment of Sarah Boone over a variety of different dates.
It is.
2018.
So get your popcorn ready.
After having received those, reviewed those, and made my decision not objecting, this morning I was given a thumb drive from the defense, which contained 119 JPEGs rather than a single PDF with 119 pages. A JPEG, for the record, is a digital picture. They were upside down, they were sideways. I got them all formatted. I was able to read them while we were waiting for Madam Court Reporter. They do not appear to be completely the same as what has been previously provided by the defendant in regards to Winter Park's Advent Health treatment of Miss Boone. So I just want to be clear that now, since the state's response, there has been some sort of change in what those records purport to be. And we are objecting. We are requesting a Richardson hearing regarding the 119 JPEGs that we were provided this morning.
She zipped her boyfriend in a suitcase and never let him out until he ran out of air the next
At this
day.
point in time,
I do
court
have
is going to proceed
videos.
with a Richardson
On
hearing.
my profile, there's a tab for Sarah Boone that will help catch you
Defense?
up. Use the microphone, sir. For all of us in back.
Correct. My understanding, based on what Mr. J just provided, and based on his response, is that there were 81 pages provided to the state on or about September 27th, 2024. The state had no objection to those. State further identified that this morning a thumb drive of 119 JPEGs, evidencing something else, was provided. And under the mandates of the 6th District Court of Appeal, based on Young v. State 369 Southern 3rd 1243, I am required to conduct a Richardson hearing. The court is conducting a Richardson hearing at this time.
Richardson, whatever.
Wix
We're doing one of
gives you the power of AI
hearing.
to build the website you need with full business functionality and a design tailored just for you.
Remind me to figure out
Customize every element
so we don't keep
site and watch your vision come to life in minutes.
I need more specifics.
Me too. You're now in a Richardson hearing.
I don't have a time frame.
A Richardson,
I don't have when. I don't have what.
Well, it's going to have to be matched up with the dates that she was in. Coincide.
But that all goes to the irrelevancy issue. We're conducting a Richardson hearing at this time.
What he said.
So I need to address the inadvertence or willfulness of the discovery. I need to address whether it was trivial or substantial. And if I don't know what's in these 119 pages, it's difficult for the court to determine whether or not this is a trivial or substantial matter. Are these items that were previously produced in the 81 pages? Are they different? Are they different events? Are they different injuries?
Or did you doctor the document? I'm not accusing, I'm asking honestly.
Moreover, I need to make a determination as to whether this violation had an impact on the ability for the state to properly prepare for trial.
He does.
Those are the 3 prongs that I need to address.
So I think someone needs to pick me up so we could head to Florida so we could be there for this trial, because by the time it gets started, I have a soundtrack in my head that just started playing Around the World, you know that song? Because that's where we're going with her, with this. Because Hot Mess Express, her 9th lawyer, and it's just gotten crazier since there. We can't hear you, sir. And it's not because I'm making noise. Where did Aaron put that?
When did you receive them last week? Okay, I'm going to continue with the balance of the objections, and we'll circle back on the issue with regard to this objection so that you can provide when, where, how, what.
Like he said.
Understood. All right. Well, I'll make a note to circle back to this issue. Moving to number 3. Is this the Advent Health Winter Park Jorge not yet received by the defense? The state's response reveals a motion in limine was filed regarding this motion. Is that the 550 pages that we addressed yesterday?
Yes, Your Honor. The state
How are you?
down exhibit that they plan to introduce at trial.
The court ruled on that yesterday regarding the blood alcohol content records, and the narrative would be admissible.
I'm still waiting
For you too, Sarah.
pages to be disclosed.
Okay.
That was me.
Yes. That's what's going to be offered into evidence at this point in time.
Oh,
Appreciate it. So as with regard to the state's objection to item 3 that was previously ruled upon yesterday,
well,
is that the same
as
with
you know,
regard to the state's
straight.
objection as to item number 5, certified medical records, Advent Health, Ultimate Springs, George?
I believe so, without being able to tell. Advent Health, it just seems to all come from Altamont Springs, the records. So I believe that is all encompassing, but we don't have an objection other than the ones previously noted for 3 and 5.
Okay, thank you. Moving now to item number 6, Certified medical records, Orange County Jail, not yet received by the defense. I'm assuming they also have not yet been received by the state.
I think
It was his turn to hide.
went from 3 to 5.
And
Oh, I apologize. You're correct.
the secret picks the hiding
4.
place.
Certified medical records, Advent Health, Altamont Springs, Sarah, not yet received
Her
by the
story
defense.
changed yesterday about
I'm
that.
assuming also then state you have not received them.
I believe the only records until this morning that I had was the 81 pages.
I did do my video on the Menendez brothers last night, so it is there, guys.
If there is something that they have from Advent Health, Altamont Springs, I don't believe I have.
They're not live yet. They're
Defense.
still looking in that landfill, but they're not live yet. The coverage of it. Somebody give these guys better mics. But since we can't hear them, yeah. She came up with another new defense for
Objections
that in
sustained.
there. And why she didn't let him out.
Moving to 6. Certified medical records, Orange County Jail, not yet received by the defense. I'm assuming they have not yet been received by the state either.
Last night, after business hours, I received 382 pages jail records regarding Ms. Boone. Once again, I had to spend my personal time reviewing these records. Of the 382 pages, probably fewer than 5% refer to her mental health and the psychiatric treatment that gets provided to inmates at the Orange County Jail. The other 95+% of these records is all about physical treatment, COVID tests, things I won't outline here unnecessarily, since I do not believe these records will come in, but all of the things that you would expect a middle-aged inmate to have to go through for the course of 4 years. The state
He just went there.
just is having great difficulty understanding what, if any, pages of these records are relevant.
Middle-aged
On
inmate.
page 135, there's records from part of her intake procedure on February 26th, 2020. On page 137, that's the initial screening when she came into the jail on February 25th, 2020. Page 137 and 138 include this initial intake screening. But from there, we get pretty far removed in time, pretty far removed in relevance. So the state is objecting to the introduction of these records. Even her intake screening on pages 135 through 138, I don't understand the relevancy of it. She indicates panic symptoms. She's semi-cooperative, has poor insight, unrealistic expectations, wants holistic treatment, doesn't like being housed alone. The screening on 225 goes through alcohol abuse, yes, type, spirits, not wine. Last used 2/23/20, several times a week. The intake screening also includes a history of violence towards others, yes. So there's no psychiatric treatment records for treatment for trauma. Any of the recognized trauma diagnoses in the DSM-5, PTSD, or any of the other trauma symptoms that can be diagnosed. There's no records of any treatment of that. It's just the anxiety, which, having read the expert deposition, I'm sure you understand that that was pre-existing before the jail. So our objection is we don't understand the relevance of these records. They do not go to her subjective state of mind on February 23rd, 2020. They do not go to help us understand whether somebody in her position was objectively reasonable on February 23rd, 2020. And quite frankly, most of it's just embarrassing and irrelevant, and it would bog the jury down, much like 487 pages of Jorge Torres's records. There's just a lot of COVID screenings and blood test results, and we struggle to see relevance, Judge.
Thank you.
So
Response?
Similar to the state about 10 days ago, sending me over 500 pages.
We addressed that yesterday. It's not germane to the issue.
since we can't hear what they're saying, this is, I'm guessing, their way to get everything to slow down so they have time to catch up because they're late to the game, but that's Sarah's fault, no one else's. Intellectual level, I get what they're doing, but on a personal level, just
What is the relevance of these records? What do COVID tests have to do with anything in this case? What do blood tests have to do with anything in
That's
this
what it
case?
has to do.
If they don't, then what of these 382 records, 382 pages of records are relevant? What specifically is relevant? What page? What date? What document? You're not answering my question, counselor.
We're over on the tube of you if you want to see the visuals.
They are listed on your exhibit list. The state is taking the position that these may be sought to be entered into evidence.
Another commercial.
Hey, Patriots! This is Michelle Morrow. She went to January 6th and called for a military coup.
The Insurrection Act completely puts the
I'm not going to let you put my name with that person and what you're trying to tell us. No.
Dr. Harper.
Light pass.
If she has not reviewed these records yet, when do I get to depose her? Who's going to pay for the expedited costs for the transcripts? What relevance is it to her if she hasn't reviewed these records? They got these records post deposition.
I do. Remind me that.
The last date that I believe she saw Ms. Boone,
I just
September 30th or October 1st.
need to.
And we took her deposition first and second. So this is also a problem, even if it's just
Aaron has my debit card, but he's not here.
And not introduced. And I appreciate them letting us know that they don't seek to introduce
Most definitely.
evidence, because of course experts can rely on inadmissible evidence if within the course of that area of expertise it's the type of evidence that's being relied upon. But how are these records relied upon if they acquired them after you've done all the
Remind me when he comes back.
Dr. Harper
tell
did
him
say
to
that she
send me a
relied upon
picture of
some jail
my
records during her
debit card
deposition.
when he checks when he gets to.
Didn't have those at the time. I don't know what the date span is of the records that she did review at the time of her deposition. So now we have new issues to confront. We would like to know whether or not their experts have been provided these new records so that we can address that.
Mr. Owens?
What he said.
So she has not yet reviewed these yet, correct? Okay.
I just now saw that.
Okay. State with. Okay. So state understanding that tactical decision and that Dr. Harper is not reviewed and seemingly will not be relying upon these experts. Does that cure any concerns that you have?
Yes.
All right.
Nick's glow shots, in case you were wondering.
Then based on counsel's representation, the court's not going to sustain or overrule the objection as the defense has identified they are not going to be seeking any of these 380 pages into evidence. Moving now to 8, 9, 10, and 11. There's no issue with regard to the body cam footage, but there is to the police report itself. What is your response to that, Mr. Owens?
The arrest reports are not listed as evidence itself, but the reports may be used
Use your microphone.
Does that cure that understanding? Okay, all right. So based on Mr. Owens' representation, as those
Maybe we should
items
all
will not be
donate a
sought to
microphone
be
system and send it.
moved into evidence or received into evidence, but only for the purposes of refreshing a recollection, the objection is not sustained nor overruled, as they're not going to be sought to be entered into evidence. Moving to Exhibit 17.
My eyes are not cooperating. Again.
No, I'm sorry. 16. 16 is a repeat of 11, so the court's going to adopt its, or similarly with regard to that exhibit. Mr. Owens, are you only going to be seeking the arrest report for the purposes of refreshing? Okay, so court's same ruling with regard to Exhibit 16 as with 9, 10, and 11. Moving to 17, the jail calls involving defendant and third parties. State, anything else to add other than your written objection? Response?
Did I do the upper part?
Okay, the objection is sustained. 18, prior criminal history of George Torres not yet received by the defense. Has the state received that?
Other than the arrest history that has resulted in interaction with the state attorney's office, we have not. He's not a testifying witness. So obviously we have to provide, if they can't get it through due diligence, rap sheets of witnesses, but he's not a witness. So we have not done anything other than had discussions about prior interactions with the state attorney's office.
Okay. Response, Mr. Owens. Okay.
What color should we do today?
I'm trying to understand, are they seeking to introduce some sort of paper, or is this just?
Yeah, they definitely are. It's intentional today.
She testifies, will be testifying.
Color shall I make the
any
eye?
prior incident of violence that she wants to regarding the decedent.
You got some mascara on today.
What is it? Is this oral testimony? Because this is an exhibit list, so that's my confusion.
Maroon or gray?
Because if it's oral testimony, that may be a different critter once the overt act is established under Holland.
Okay, I got you. Okay. How? I think we should all order them a clip-on.
So there's not going to be any
and we could all
documentary or physical evidence that's provided.
Cases, just saying.
Informations, charging affidavits, a criminal history report, anything tangible that's going to be offered to establish that criminal history other than Ms. Boone's testimony? Is that your position?
She got it this summer after her brilliantly crafted advertised letter that she drew up. Hold on, who's in my driveway?
Okay. Mr. J?
I don't know that.
I do not like the outside world. I'm just kidding. After the summer. I'll explain in a second.
What's relevant is if there is an overt act that gets testified to, prior instances of violence by the decedent that she is aware of. That doesn't open the door to hearsay. That doesn't open the door to any of these things that he seems to be referring to, whether it's criminal rap sheets, which is what I believed he was referring to, or police reports, or state attorney records of no bills, or I don't know. Based on his last statement, I don't know what we're talking about now, but we do have hearsay objections to, I thought we were talking about physical exhibits, and that's what our objection would be to believing that what was represented was a criminal rap sheet.
Judge part of matters about syndrome.
Good morning, Jeter. If I wasn't making noise, we still wouldn't be able to hear them, just so you guys know. She felt helpless. If you guys want to see the Hot Mess Express, we're watching on the tube of you, Michelle's Criminal Musings.
But that all sounds like oral testimony. And again, this goes back to this is an exhibit list. What are the exhibits? Tangible, physical?
Yeah. Sorry, I'll put a tag up in a second.
What does that have to do with prior criminal history? Because that's the topic here. Prior criminal history of George Torres Jr. not yet received by the defense. That's the line item in your exhibit list. Okay, all right. So based on counsel's representation of the withdrawal, the court will not sustain or grant the objection. Does that clarify that for you, Mr. J?
Thank you.
All right. Moving now to 19, Orange County Sheriff's Office investigative workup report. Response. Okay. With that understanding, Mr. J?
Yes, I'm not clear what a workup report is, but it's not sought to be introduced into evidence, then I will accept that representation.
Okay, so accepted. Your objection's overruled based on counsel's representation. The investigative report workup will not be offered into evidence, but merely for refreshing. Moving to 21, all court orders in all Orange County criminal cases regarding George Torres. State. Any further argument?
I believe we went from 19 to 21 without addressing 20.
Oh, I apologize. I color-coded this and I miscolor-coded this one. Okay, then based on counsel's representation of withdrawing that, the court will not rule on that objection. Moving to 21, anything further, because we kind of addressed this as well with number 19. Anything further, argument state. Anything further, argument. Okay, I'm going to overrule the objection as this point in time, because if a declination of prosecution may have been filed, that may be relevant based on Ms. Boone's testimony. So I'm going to overrule your objection at this time, assuming the overt act concept is placed into evidence. Moving to 22, family law case file Boone v. Boone, case number 2017 DR 01660-0.
Okay.
I understand.
Get that on the scan.
Ready for the new me. I'm chilling like an iced tea.
Why am I rushing? Hold on. Let me just fix this. There's that.
What is the non-payment of alimony have to do with what's happening in a family case?
Well, that, Judge, that goes to his testimony, that goes to his credibility. Being impeached, that we're in the position that she's in now. He's biased. And to show that he's biased, that he has not paid out. That shows personal bias.
Response?
Sounds like this is ongoing pending litigation that has not been decided by a circuit court judge in the Ninth Circuit.
Delayed tactic number 586.
Why one may believe they don't need to pay alimony when their spouse is incarcerated. I can certainly understand why somebody may believe they don't need to pay child support when their spouse is incarcerated, and they would probably want to seek legal redress about those issues. It sounds like it's all ongoing.
Are there any orders from the court in that case addressing the non-payment of alimony and that being contemptuous or in violation of any court order?
No, they were divorced. I think there was a marital settlement agreement that was attached to the final. Brian Boone did open the case back up to move the child to Gainesville, which has happened. And then my understanding is there's still
Now it's about her son.
some issues. I think she was given some kind of a notice of a hearing coming up. She's not represented. I don't represent her.
Is there, so if there's no order in the court file finding there's a violation of an order to pay alimony,
What does that do with this?
Well, there's a final order about his obligation to pay alimony. And I think if he gets on the stand, I'm going to ask him, but you haven't paid her alimony like you were ordered to do so.
He's talking about his lawyer fees. That
it sounds like
alimony,
there's pending litigation,
they're fighting.
including a relocation or, and I don't know. 'cause
Alimony
it's
she's
not
supposed to
my case,
receive
I
in
haven't looked at
prison.
it.
That's been decided. He has been able to relocate.
That's
I
gotta
don't
be
know
it.
all the ramifications. I'll look at
Somebody remind me of that. So I'll ask you about it, what I just said in a minute. My brain is not waking up as quick as the rest of me.
Can you all approach this for a moment?
Good decision, Judge, because a lot of us just heard that, and Sarah Boone is going after her ex-husband, baby daddy, for the alimony from the divorce that she's not getting paid while she's in prison. Dun, dun, dun. How is Sarah Boone paying you? Well, I'm not pro bono. She owes me. Remember that moment back then? I do too. So did they. But they think that we forgot. She is fighting for alimony payments from her ex-husband, Sarah Boone. Good old Sarah. This will come into the body cam part. If we want to get a matter in a totally separate case, totally different. She has been with George for 3 years. She's been divorced for a year and a half. Walks like a duck in it, you know. So that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to make that thing have something to do with this, so that way she can use her alimony money to pay for her legal. I bet you guys. And this is only just in my opinion. This is my own ramblings, my own musings. I don't like the word ramblings. Exactly, catnip. But like I said, he said he's not pro bono. So how was he getting paid? His own statement to the media. And a very short, brief press conference that he regrets now. He said, she owes me. Maybe that's how he plans on cashing in. Side note, won't be the first time her ex-husband paid all her legal fees. I don't know. But if Saren wants it, it must be so. So here we are. And I have a feeling it has a lot more to do with the lawyers getting it. Because, I'm sorry, but why do you want alimony? Explain the alimony that you'll be getting to. Is it your commissary? No. No, it's not. Or is it? Well, he went in under the pro bono. So this is a great time for me to pull up to show you guys, like I promised. Give me 1 sec. I have it. Just give me a sec. It's just further back. It's all about the Boone, all trouble. We're going back, way, way, way back. Not too far, but still a little back. Where is that? No. Come on, show yourself. There you are, you beautiful thing, you. This is the specific advertisement. Yep, Sam. That's what I was kind of alluding to, but I didn't want to say it because I was like, what if you get the amount wrong? But if you're saying it, and that's the same number I was thinking he had paid was over 60,000, I'm going to lead toward that being right. But again, this is just our assumptions. We can pull the documents up if you want us to pull them up to tell you where to find them, but we don't have them in front of us. That's all I'm saying. But I have no problem pulling anything up. I love it when you guys fact check me. You know that. I tell you guys all that all the time. Okay, so this is literally right up here. This is literally. Sorry, guys, you can only see this advertisement on YouTube, but I know many of you have seen it already. This is literally what Sarah Boone made by hand. Inmate seeks attorney. Looking for a prosperous challenge? Ready for your close-up on television? Are you zealous with the sight of keen? Show the world who you are. With your original creativity, extraordinary expertise, confident ingenuity, qualifications must include being trustworthy, honest, passion-driven, open-minded, and having exceptional problem-solving skills. Client inclusion at all times, team orientation, collaboration, extreme efficiency and listening, communicating, understanding, dedication to success, possessing a winning mindset, capability of excellence in representation, committed, maintaining faith in the client, and care with the ability to think differently.
All right, thank you all both for your arguments.
We're not done yet.
Clarifications.
Overcome
based on
all circumstances.
court's going to
Opportunity
overrule
awaits.
the objection at this
You see
time
the rest of it.
for the reasons discussed at sidebar. Moving now to 23, the policies and procedures of the Orange County Sheriff's Office regarding Miranda. Have those been received by you, Mr. Owens?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm no longer seeking to introduce those.
Okay. All right. Based on counsel's representation, court takes no action on the state's objection.
Same with 24.
Based on that representation, court takes no action. Moving to 25,
And
records from Tealwood Park Apartments.
That's not the most important part here.
We never received what we wanted.
Invest in the oppressed.
Okay. Based on counsel's
Believe.
representation of not seeking to utilize it, court
Sarah
takes no
Boone,
action
number,
on that objection.
This
Moving
is her.
to
She sent this to the judge to put out for her, and that's what got her this guy.
27.
And it would have had to be paying for it, or they go pro bono.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
He went in on
Moving to 27.
them investing in the
The
oppressed.
video footage of the arrest on February
She was
25,
looking for pro bono.
2020.
He came along,
It-
and now
Since
she
has not
owes
received
him.
that. The state may have it in their possession. It appears there's news footage. Sarah
Welcome
Boone and
back.
handcuffs being escorted.
State, do you have such an item in your possession? News footage?
No? Not that I know of.
All right, but we have not received it, so we don't have the evidence.
Okay, all right. Based on it not being received,
Or having
court's
the
going to sustain the
evidence.
objection. Moving to 29, the iPhone photo file name, not going to read it, it's very long.
Judge, I do not intend to introduce 29.
Okay. Court takes no action based on counsel's representation. Moving to 32, iPhone photo. Yeah, I'm sorry, sir.
29, what is?
There is none, as the defense has advised they are not seeking to enter it into evidence.
We all done with this? We good?
32, another iPhone photo file name. It's very long, so I'm not going to read it.
This is not.
That's how she got the one attorney.
As such,
Yeah,
the
okay.
court will not take any action on that objection. 33, another iPhone photo file name. Court's not going to read it because it is too long.
You heard Mark Robinson saying that he'd ban abortions as governor, but he's not the only one. North Carolina judges like Jefferson Griffin back an extreme legal theory. Your rights. Let's keep Allison Riggs on the state Supreme
Get
Court.
us banana for a commercial.
The Open Road. Everyday moments, small
I
towns, and a handful of
Thank you, Jules. And I would buy that premium right now
Any
because my husband
exhibits
is on his way
previously
to
listed by
a
the
job
state?
fair,
Mhm.
and I think he has my debit card with him. So I just need to get that information from him. Thank you so much. Oh, I love that. Thank you so very much. Okay, as we were.
Mr. J is a smart lawyer.
I said premium, didn't I?
A lot of experience. He's board certified. He's filed this motion in limine to disallow the battered spouse syndrome twice. And yesterday, we were forced to disclose the overt act that
Big words.
constituted our defense that tied in with the self-defense.
They were forced,
Patrick,
guys.
He was able to get us to that posture.
For
so
him.
He knows our defense and how we're coming at it. The problem is
Keep on
the
doing it.
state has not
Weird.
been forced to give the details of what they allege Sarah Boone's overt acts or non-acts.
I need to clarify something. There was no forcing yesterday. The
Thank
court
you. I
reviewed
love this
Dr.
judge.
Harper's deposition.
I love this
And
judge.
there was no overt act that she had testified to. She was specifically inquired about any imminent fear, and there was no response to those questions. The word overt act did not appear in any of the 4 or 5 sessions that she had with Ms. Boone. And state was seeking, as we addressed yesterday in limine, to prohibit that.
I disagree with that. That was his deposition. He tried to control the witness. He kept cutting her off. He wouldn't let her finish explaining. I certainly
Big
wouldn't know
accusation.
she's going to testify in trial about it. It's not my fault that he felt like he got the answer he wanted and he moved on. He didn't ask for any elaboration about that. But that's going to come out. But I understand that's all you had. But we had to do that. The state has not had to do that. And I understand under the 6th Amendment that we have a right, the accused has a right
To a fair trial?
to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation. And the problem with that boilerplate information is we don't know what they're claiming
What's
that
the moon you
she
guys wanted?
actually
You want me
did,
to-
overt act or omission that constituted second-degree murder. So because of that, we have to list everything because we don't know. It's like he wants to know. He wants the court to make
Just like
rulings so
George
he
wanted to
can
breathe,
tweak his
but
opening statement
that
based
didn't
on
matter, right?
the same with us. We don't know how to respond to their opening until they give it because we don't understand the full nature of what they're alleging Sarah Boone did to constitute second-degree murder. So in an abundance of caution, we've got to list everything that may be relevant, but we don't know yet because we haven't heard. I would like to they've renewed their motion on battered spouse. I would like to renew my motion for a statement of particulars so that I could know, the defense team could know what it is exactly that the state attorney is alleging that Sarah did or did not do that constitutes second-degree murder. It's a serious charge. This is not, it's a unique case. It's not something that happens every day. And that's why we believe that it was
after, you know, rough handling
under that rule of a statement of particulars so that we could be informed about what it is exactly that they claim that she did criminal so that we could prepare a defense. And it goes to directly to this point, which is they want to know why we want these documents and what documents specifically are y'all going to use. Well, it's difficult to tell when we don't know what we're accused of.
Oh, no.
Any response, Mr.
We know.
Yes,
It's
sir.
murder. You just don't want it to be that charge. Well, then she should have let him out of the
Owens,
suitcase.
Mr. Cacciatore, myself, and Dr. Werner
He looks pissed, the
all sat
prosecutor.
together within 5 feet of Sarah Boone the first week of October and heard the final version. It's not very dissimilar from the version of Dr. Harper, but Dr. Werner's deposition was provided to the court previously for our motion in limine. I don't understand the position they're taking that they were forced to show their cards when Dave Cacciatore and myself and Mr. Owens and Dr. Werner were
That's a
all
big
there
accusation
together
against
to
him.
hear her version. And her version is, it was all fun and games. It was Sunday fun day. He gets into the suitcase. We're all laughing. I zip it shut. We're still laughing. There comes a point in time when he says, I can't breathe. This triggers her based on her past abuse, no overt act that day. And she begins violently doing the things to the suitcase that she says she did, whacking him with the baseball bat on his fingers. And now, after being the initial aggressor, now after having committed a forcible felony or two, now after having put Mr. Torres in a reasonable fear of death or great bodily harm, she says, well, she realizes now if he gets out after these things that I've done to him, I'm in big trouble. And it's my understanding that we have had this discussion and that if that is the proffered testimony, that that is not going to amount to an overt act, which will allow for reputation evidence, past incidents of violence, or the battered spouse syndrome evidence. They weren't forced to show their hand. I was there. The rules of criminal procedure allowed me and Mr. Cacciatore to be there and to witness this evaluation. So that being said, we're not abusing the system. We're not doing anything that we're not allowed to do. And we're making every effort to make sure that we understand how this trial is going to go down and how and Ms. Boone understands how the trial is going to go down. My understanding of how it's going to go down is she's going to have to testify to the specific events of that day. And right up when she comes to the point to saying, and when he said, I can't breathe, the state attorney, Mr. J, is going to object. He's going to ask to approach. He's going to say, Judge, there's been no change in her testimony. Unless there is, then that's a whole different bag of worms. But if there's been no change in her testimony, Judge, we got a ruling prior to this that there's been no overt act testified to. Now we're going to object to her answer of because of the past violence, and we're going to object to any further attempt to bring in prior violence, reputation evidence, or battered spouse evidence. I just want everybody to be clear and on the same page about that. Now, in regards to their request, a renewed request for a statement of particulars, they've had the discovery for several years. This is the state's case. A video that starts at 11:12, 45 p.m. on 2/23/2020.
Oh, I do too.
Sarah, for everything you've done to me. Sarah, for everything you've done to me. Sarah, F you, laughter. Sarah, F you, laughter. Sarah, stupid. Sarah, that's my name. Don't wear it out. Sarah, I can't effing breathe, baby. Seriously. Yeah, that's what you do when you choke me.
I need to
Sarah.
go
Sarah.
back a little bit so I can screen record this moment. I have to multitask, so we're
Everything you've done to me. Sarah, F you, laugh. This discussion, and that if that is the proffered testimony, that is not going to amount to an overt act, which will allow for reputation evidence, past incidents of violence, or the battered spouse syndrome evidence. They weren't forced to show their hand. I was there. The rules of criminal procedure allowed me and Mr. Cacciatore to be there and to witness this evaluation. So that being said, we're not abusing the system. We're not doing anything that we're not allowed to do. We're making every effort to make sure that we understand
it just
how this
started
trial
not long
is going to
ago.
go down, and how they, and Ms. Boone understands how the
We're
trial
only about
is
half
going
an
to go
hour
down.
in.
My understanding of how it's going to go down is she's going to have to testify to the specific events of that day, and right up when she comes to the point to saying, and when
This
he
side
said, I
or
can't
this side?
breathe, the state attorney, Mr. J, is going to object. He's going to ask to approach. He's going to say, Judge, there's been no change in her testimony. Unless there is, then that's a whole different bag of worms. But if there's been no change in her testimony, Judge, we got a ruling prior to this that there's been no overt act testified to. Now we're going to object to her answer of because of the past violence, and we're going to object to any further attempt to bring in prior violence, reputation evidence, or battered spouse evidence. I just want everybody to be clear and on the same page about that. Now, in regards to their request, a renewed request for a statement of particulars, they've had the discovery for several years.
I'm confusing myself.
This is the state's case. A video that starts at 11:12:45 p.m. on 2/23/2020. Sarah, for everything you've done to me. Sarah, for everything you've done to me. Sarah, F you, laughter. Sarah, F you, laughter. Sarah, stupid. Sarah, that's my name. Don't wear it out. Sarah, I can't effing breathe, baby. Seriously. Yeah, that's what you do when you choke me. Sarah, 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 laughter. Sarah, I can't breathe, babe. Laughter. That's on you. Sarah, I can't breathe. Laughter. That's on you. Sarah, unintelligible, drunken, slurred words. Laughter. Sarah, 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 I can't breathe, baby. That's what I feel like when you cheat on me. Sarah, F you. I can't effing breathe, Sarah. You should probably shut the F up. Sarah. Shh. That's our case. That is an evinced, depraved mind, conscious disregard for whether he lives or dies, whether she put him in there or not. She let him remain for 2 minutes during that video. And then at 11:23:03 p.m., there's another 22-second video, and it just zooms in on the suitcase. Sarah. So that is a second-degree murder case when the medical examiner comes in and says, George Torres died from positional asphyxiation and the asphyxiation from being in a confined space. And eventually, after Lord knows how many breaths, he expired in that suitcase when she went upstairs and went to bed. But in addition to those statements, we now have her new statements, which are she intentionally violently shook the suitcase, threw it upside down, hit him with a bat, committed independent forcible felonies. And that's going to be corroborated by the medical examiner's testimony to all the blunt force trauma to both sides of his face and his mouth. That is a second-degree murder case. That is what we're going to be presenting. This is a portion of what I will be telling the jury this afternoon.
Any rebuttal?
I wanted that in writing
Mic drop.
weeks ago. She was assessed, Sarah Boone, the defendant, was assessed at the
Mic drop.
Orange County Jail a couple of weeks ago by Dr. Warner. Their rebuttal.
Can we get him like an Emmy or something?
The characterization that
And
Mr.
a
J
career
just
advancement,
gave
because
about
he
her
deserves it.
testimony, I do not agree with. There was 4 of us there. Dr. Werner, 5 of us there. Dr. Werner, Sarah Boone, myself.
What are you going to take it over on
and 2
YouTube? Mic
prosecutors.
drop?
The mistake we made was not recording that assessment.
It's hard to
Because I can't testify to what she said.
Her.
The 2 prosecutors can't testify to what she said. The only 2 people that can testify to what she said is Dr. Werner and Sarah Boone. We dispute their characterization of what she said.
It's their witness
That's just gonna have to be
testimony.
testified to.
They heard it with their own ears.
And jury, while we're here, they are.
That's exactly what she's saying.
And what? But that is a jury question that we're all going to have to wait for.
You know that one movie part that goes,
Appreciate the prosecutor.
who are you going to believe? Who are you going to believe? Who are you going to believe? I can't remember the part, but it was that really annoying part. That's the kind of moment we're having.
For the same reasons that the court identified when we had the hearing on the original motion for particulars, the court relies on its same ruling in the case law identified at that time. The renewed or tennis motion for a statement of particulars is denied. The state's objections as to paragraphs 59 and 60 are also overruled. The only other issue to address then is the Richardson violation. Court's going to take a short recess, and we'll address that as promptly as possible. It is 5 till 11. I still intend on moving forward with jury selection this morning. We will be moving to 23, correct?
Yes, sir. I'm just making sure I'm clear on 60. Our request was that prior to the testimony of any of the listed witnesses, which I listed only by initials, that we have the opportunity to depose them and we address the costs of expedited transfers.
It was Lisa Kudrow that said that. Can't remember where.
I apologize because I was just looking at what was articulated in the exhibit list, which was any and all relevant reciprocal discovery to be obtained through ongoing investigative efforts. What's your response?
I know that one, but I can't remember.
Mr. Owens, with regard to these persons identified in the state's objections who may be called and deposing them?
Well, the state listed a bunch of witnesses on October 3rd. Well, if the court allows the state to do this and take the depositions, then we ought to be allowed to take the depositions of the witnesses they listed later.
I believe those are the same witnesses that they've listed in regards to the prior incidents, the deputies that went out on the call-outs and the cases that resulted in cases.
Okay. Is that accurate, Mr. Owens? That October 3
Beat that, Mike.
states list?
But yeah, we don't dispute that they should be allowed to depose them, but they've been listed by both parties, whereas these people are unilaterally listed by the defendant.
Okay.
Judge, again, I'm not complaining. Been on the case 45 days as we have gotten witnesses or found witnesses, Billy Lane or whoever else was trying to locate them on my team. We have
Billy Lane?
based on what Sarah Boone has asked us, I want this witness, I want this witness. We've made attempts to comply with her request. Whether or not we're going to call them, the law says, the case law says, Sarah Boone has a right to trial. Sarah Boone has a right to testify. Sarah Boone has a right to appeal. I believe those are fundamentals. But the defense lawyer
Is that even now?
makes the decision about which witnesses. So although she may want some witnesses, she's asked us to find them and list them and locate them, which we've done.
No.
That doesn't mean that I have to call them, and it may not call many of those that she wants to. I believe my right to do that and to present our defense.
Do we like the lightness here, or do we want to darken it?
Okay, thank you. All right, court's going to take a brief recess to address this, and the Richardson violations will be in a short recess. Thank you.
Light or dark for right here? But holy ish, yesterday we had bombshells. Today we have bombshells, mic drop testimonies, and ridiculous outreaching, maneuvering, underhandedness, condescending, overachieving failure by the defense. Well, one's darker and one's lighter. See? I wonder if I just add a little lightness here. You see what I mean? Let me show you. Not everybody gets to pick my makeup colors. But I love you guys. You guys can. There. The outer part. Oh, darken this one's outer part to match this. I got you. But now the inners match, right? I'm sorry if you're not a makeupy person. It's one of my... We like doing makeup together. I'm the guinea pig for it. But it's also my self-soothing and my anxious method for... I have all the anxious energy. And this is where it goes into. For some reason, I thought this was the yellow one. I'm like, what? Okay. Yes, thank you. Coping mechanism. I love how you guys always... I love that you guys know me to the degree you know that what I'm trying to say, when my fibro fog gets in the way and dewords my sentences. You guys are awesome. Dewords my sentences. Somebody remind me later to come through the live footage and screen record this part, because this is part of the... This should be a bloopers reel. But it will be just for us. And since the court is in recess, yeah, Patricia, that was a massive mic drop moment. And I cannot wait to make that video. I hate that I can't make the videos when I'm on TikTok. But when my iPad gets here tonight at 10 p.m., then I can. But I won't be here. Oh, God, I hope I'm not here. Not that I don't love you all. I need sleep. Very badly need sleep. Did you? Wasn't it epic? Don't worry, because I screen recorded that moment. But really quickly, I just want to make sure before I switch out, because I did have to go back for the mic moment. I want to make sure they're not already back. Okay, they're not. Good. Okay. If some of you are thinking, damn, she talks a lot and she talks fast, this is slower than I did. when I was growing up. I drove my parents crazy. And I didn't understand to the level of that until I got my nephew. Oh, my heart. I now get it. Another bloopers moment. You see how I just did my lips? Honest goodness. That matches. Now, we're looking at the overall on the tube of view. So if you want the visual with us, or look, they are now very deeply underground to the point to where we have men standing down in what they have dug out. So it's over 5 feet deep down there where they're at this specific spot. And they are down there digging deeper by hand. And my belief is they would only do that if they thought what they were looking for was in the spot that they're at. More directly, not the whole southeast corner. They're in this specific spot. Sorry, my brain to mouth short filter, whatever. It failed. I'm not gonna check over. It just failed. It's okay. Are we doing like that, or is this too dark? Let me try alternate this way. There we go. Yeah, I've never pretended that I could paint like Michelangelo. I think I did pretty good at trying to convey a sunset eyeshadow type look. Or it'd be sunrise. I'm no Jamie. I'm not mad at myself. Jamie's gonna say, did I just hear you talking ish on my name? What? No, I'm saying that I'm not to your level, but this is pretty good for not being. You guys said maroon, and this is how I ended up. Sorry, but not totally sorry. I'm not hating how this eye is looking. Hi, Tony. How are you? So they are still digging deep in the ground there. But again, we have men that are in that hole that's over 5 feet deep down there with shovels in that specific zone, guys. Good morning. Thank you for tapping, guys. We are in recess. Let me turn this down since we don't need to hear the traffic anyways. We are in research. We are in recess for server. Hold on, let me record this too. We are in recess. The court for Sarah Boone, Sarah and Books, our names for her, but Sarah Boone. Mic drop moments, 100%. Pure mic drop moments. And a lot of ridiculousness of them trying to add more things to the trial to give them more time. They're clearly trying to drag the feet because their request for more time was denied because she's already taken the time of 9 lawyers. If you could include the time she was, per se herself, that would be 10. But I digress. But we're also now hearing that she not testified, she on record or with the psychiatrist, and they were all there to hear or something. There was some type of a confession on her defense where she says not only did she put him in the suitcase, she then picked the suitcase up, flipped it over, grabbed a bat, hit him through the suitcase with it, busting his fingers. Good morning, Lacey. There was a lot going on there. It's now on record, and they heard this. I'll have to check if that, what do you call it? No, oh my God. I'm short-circuiting. Deposition. Thank you. Sorry. I don't know what happened there. I think I short-circuited. A deposition statement that the therapist and Sarah Boone were discussing, that she felt so threatened based on her past abuse by him alleged. She felt so threatened that she flipped the suitcase around, up and down, picked up a bat, and hit him through it. Trigger warning. Good morning, Kelly. Deposition, thank you. Hit him with it. And then she also hit his hands that were, I'm guessing, trying to push up. So that is why there's all those bruises and lacerations on George's body. And the only reason I call him George and I don't call him Jorge is because he specifically said on body cams of police when they asked him what he wanted to become, he said George. So that's why I'm saying George. It's not because she called him George. It's because he called himself George. Good morning, Renee. So she's saying she got triggered. But where's the rest of it? She got so triggered that she beat the shit out of him and then walked upstairs and fell asleep on the bed that she didn't intentionally mean to go to sleep on. She just happened to fall asleep on accident after she put herself in the bed. That's where we're at with this. Another day, another different story from Sarah Boone. Sarah and Books are AKA Sarah and Books. But yeah. And the defense the prosecution as defending his territory in that, but he was prosecution. He deserves a promotion. He deserves an award and a promotion and a raise. That man handled that with so much class and dignity and spice where it was needed. I am not only impressed, but I respect the hell out of that man's professionalism and his preparedness to be able to get up there and defend, because they said, oh, no, wait, hold up. They're trying to say my character's defend, da, 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 da. No, we were there. We were there. We heard it ourselves. And they're trying to add certain parts in, but they're forgetting something that Daryl Brooks also forgot, which was when you open the door to something, there's a parallel. That happens for the other side too, so be careful. And the mimosas, yeah. But that mic drop moment was impressive. Don't worry. I did screen record it, so I got it. Now, in total, the rest of it, it's clear what the moves they're trying to make. They're trying to create delays because they're being the 9th attorney for her, not including herself, which would have made it 10. But they're saying we've only had 40-some days. We need more time to get through all this. But at the same time, before they asked for a speedy trial, now they had asked for a delay. And then they're here now asking for a delay. But the day before, they had asked for a speedy trial. The day before they joined and officially announced that they were her new lawyers. They had filed that her rights, her constitutional rights, were being abused because she was not getting a speedy trial. She's already had to be in there for years. Poor Sarah. That's how it goes there. That's the level we're at. It's always back to Sarah. Poor Sarah. Woe is me. I just can't believe that. So many of these moments today of woe is me, I'm the victim. But now we're seeing a new look at it. Now we're seeing how they go about creating their defense because the prosecution was a witness to it. So we're getting to see a totally different aspect and a much deeper dive into the procedural matters when there's prelim motion hearings. And I know we all thought, okay, we will be at day 1 yesterday or today, but we're not. But I totally understand why we are not. The defense has made accusations against people, the prosecution included, saying that they did certain things or didn't do certain things. They had to defend themselves. And he did it admirably and respectfully and with so much class. And he has all my respect right there. And he did it brilliantly. I love the judge's response to all this. It's clear that he's listening to both sides. And he will clearly tell both sides how he feels. He's staying himself true and true. But when the prosecution has to defend themselves, that's when you get those mic drop moments. So that's where we're at that. They're on the recess. They could be back by now, so I have to check. But they went on a recess, and we're going to be back into motion hearings. But they had to get into them a little bit deeper. And that is the outcome. But this is a totally different educational, scientific method part that we're not getting to see. The methodology of this, all the behind the scene things, was like the Easter egg of a game. Just think about that. Cottonmouth. We all are. And at the same time, we're going to lose a couple of brain cells with her craziness. But on the understanding, not only the extra stuff, but you're also getting a deeper look at the criminal minds, the criminology in the brain, and how things work in someone such as Saren, our true crime Karen Saren. Sarah Boone is Saren. We are getting a closer look at a Karen personified, but in a criminal element, in a criminal situation. So the way that her brain works, oftentimes we get to see studies on narcissists. This is one of those moments, but to a much deeper level. Hold on one sec. Let me see if it's me. Okay. Raise your hand if you can see me, please. Raise your hand. Why am I singing random words? Okay. Okay, start over. Raise your hand if you cannot see me. Sorry. So nobody could see me. Okay. How about now? Okay, that's what I did. If you do it quick enough and you swipe out the app, closing it, and then reopen it right away, you can exit, but then grab your live right back up. So that's what I did. We have lost the feed at the landfill site, guys. It has just gone out, so they're on their screen saving mode. So this is a perfect time for us to check back and see if good old Saren, I don't mean really good, she's horrible, but see if she is back from recess, which was clearly needed. To message my husband to send me a picture of my debit card
witnesses
with him.
that have been identified.
Yes, they are back. So I'm going to switch to that.
60.
And I'm going to rewind it. Who wants to keep an eye on the Suzanne landfill search? The recovery. I need one person watching that while we're in court so we know if there's any breaking moment to switch back. Good morning. So who's going to be keeping an eye on the landfill thing? The search for the landfill for the recovery of Suzanne Simpson, missing Mama 4, the mother of a 20-year-old, an 18-year-old, a 15-year-old, and a 5-year-old. This is heartbreaking.
All right, we're back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus.
Okay. If I can get one other person checking on that, because Nikki's working too at the same time. That would be great.
Ms. Boone is seated at council's table wearing the same clothing from earlier this morning. All right, it is 11:24. With regard to the Richardson hearing with regard to item 6 in the defendant's fifth amended reciprocal discovery list, the court is going to reserve and have that hearing an edited version of all the records that pertain to anxiety or their lack of thereof to the state before 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Judge, number 6.
Okay.
Okay. Did that happen when I was not here?
No, it happened earlier while we were here.
Then what specifically was the Richardson violation for then, if it wasn't for number 6? And I apologize.
I think it was number 2 is the 119 new JPEG ABS, according to be from Winter Park Advent Health, and they're a little bit different than the one pages that I previously received.
Okay. So the ruling remains the same. Court's going to reserve, address the Richardson hearing tomorrow. You were to provide an edited version of those records that you seek to offer into evidence. Mr. Owens, before 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Regarding the paragraph number 2, regarding the Winter Park Advent Health records, the 119 that we gave him this morning.
That is correct, sir. With regard to the witnesses that have been identified by the defense in paragraph 60 of the state's response, those witnesses will be excluded if not deposed prior to being called as witnesses, and the defense shall pay for any and all expedited transcripts.
All right, Judge, the same as should apply to them. There were 3 people that they gave us late that we didn't have before: Rachel Fenner, Meredith McCaskill, and Victoria Shelton.
Date response.
Meredith McCaskill is an FDLE.
Meredith McCaskill.
Substituting for an analyst that is unavailable during the trial period, so in an effort to not continue the case, got a substitute analyst. So that's our reason for the late disclosure on her and the other 2.
Michelle Fenner and Victoria Shelton.
And those are the 911 dispatchers.
911 dispatchers.
If we end up having to call them, then that's fine. We can pay for expedited transcripts. What I would expect is not more expensive.
Okay. Has the FDLE analyst that was originally set to testify been deposed in this matter?
Mr. Cacciatore does not believe that.
Where'd it go?
Okay. Any other positions, Mr. Owens? Okay. All right. State will afford the same opportunity to the defense as provided by the state to the defense. Court's going to be in recess. It's 11:27. Hang on. Juror number. Yes, let me address that. Can I have that?
I thought we just got back. How are
We
we?
also have yesterday's sheets from jury selection. Madam Clerk has advised that jury services has told us the juror in seat 25 wearing badge 63 called. The nephew that she cares for is ill and that she is not here due to caring for that child. He is not here due to caring for that child. State's response, if any. So stipulated, juror number 25 wearing badge 63 will be struck for cause. We'll advise the jury services to call them and tell them they do not need to report. With regard to the order tennis motion as to Ms. Boone's request for snacks, the order tennis motion is denied. Ms. Boone is being provided all the same services as to any other inmate being transported for the purposes for trial. Anything else we need to address, State, before we report back to 23 at 1 p.m.? Defense?
No, sir.
All right, we'll see you all at 1 p.m. Thank you very much. Court's off the record.
So, Sarah Boone, their motion hearing is on recess again until 1 p.m. Eastern. What we did find out, though, was Sarah Boone, her request for snacks and I could be off, but if I'm remembering correctly, it is 2 juice boxes, 2 bags of potato chips, 4 peppermints. I believe it was 2 cookies. I could be wrong on the cookies part. I said the 2 chips, right? So we got the chips, the cookies, the peppermints, the juice boxes, because she wanted her snacks that was submitted yesterday. And that was just denied. Because she's already getting the same thing that other inmates are getting regular. So she is wanting special treatment. Candy bag, okay, thank you. I thought it was 2 cookies, so if it was a candy bag of them, okay. So she's wanting her Saren moment of getting extra snacks, getting pampered. You are not a diva. You're not even, no. She's having her diva moments. And the confusion is she used to be a Karen, which makes her a Saren, because she's not. No, we have a Karen that's not a Karen, and she's ours, and you can't have that role anyway. So, anyways, her addition. And this is not her first diva moment. We had a moment where, right before trial, they were trying to get the judge to okay her to have a professional stylist for her wardrobe, her hair, and her makeup to be done professionally every day before court. Now, that might have something to do with the mindset that we're her fans. She said this. We're her fans. Even people in other countries are writing her letters. They are her fans. And, like, maybe that might be how because she did say in court one day, when she was pro se and didn't want to be anymore, she said, I'm sure my fans would help pay for me to have a defense. There is a very big difference between infamy and fame. Miss Boone, I'm sorry that you do not know. She is in the stage of thinking her infamy is fame, and that is on top of her narcissistic Karen tendencies that she already had before this. So that's where we're at. They are on break until 1 a.m. or 1 p.m. Eastern, which is 12 noon our time. So we're going to go ahead and switch back over to the recovery efforts of Suzanne Simpson at the landfill. One eye done, one eye not done. One second. And if you guys are wanting the visual, Michelle's criminal music. Hold on, I'm getting updates from my team. Hi, friend. Well, she's got needs. Very, very careful. Titled to it. Karen, can you do me a favor? Can you save or screenshot those images and put them in our other chat so that way they're there for when I try to do the update video, hopefully midday. I would really appreciate it for that specific link. It would help me so much, but I know you're working, so if you can't, I totally understand. We're back in court for some reason. Hold on. Oh, that's different court. Okay, so we're switching back to the Susan Simpson, Mrs. in San Antonio, Bexar County, and they're in the southeast corner of the landfill, where they have been removing and now digging deeper the vehicles, but now they're so far deep that they're in the hole themselves, searching a specific area with a shovel. So that has to be pretty focused. They really know what they're going after. So let's see where this is at. And we will have this up. Hold on, I gotta use and grooming. Okay, present with screen share on, yes, this part. No, it's not. It's not standard. That's why so many of us are like, that's why we're giving this the holy what the moment, because, and we mean no disrespect to Mr. Torres at all or what happened to him, but we also studied the human behavior of it. And this is a dual study because we have Sarah Boone in multiple different roles, multiple different defenses and claims, changes to everything she's saying. The new one we heard today, and that is mind-boggling, to be honest. We're over on my tube of you, Michelle's Criminal Musings. The link is in my profile in red where it says the YouTube. Michelle's Criminal Musings, if you type that in. So we are watching for the recovery effort. It is now a recovery, not a search and rescue, for Suzanne Simpson. I keep messing that up, and I'm so sorry. Suzanne Simpson. Again, this is in the San Antonio Bexar County landfill, where we have our own Samantha on the ground, not specifically there, but at her nearby location. But she is our local, so she can give us the specifics on that, which she has done many times. But the thing is, one specific area. So at this moment, there's no details that we need from her because they're in the same area. They believe that they have reason to believe, and because this is an investigation as well as a recovery, they can't risk ruining anything that they say. They cannot risk anything that could help Brad Simpson to get anything dismissed. You don't ever want to jeopardize a case. So they are now working in one part of it again with the crane, as they are also down in that dig that they've done with hand shovels. Oh, she tries to take control of everything. That's how she got the nickname for True Crime Karen, making her Saren. But what we're going to do right now, since we're live over on the Tube of You, I'm going to put a quick little update video on our TikTok here. So I'm going to take, let's go 15-minute breaks here. I'll still be on YouTube, but I just need to disconnect from YouTube for 10 or 15 minutes to get the updates out for this on Saren. So hang with me. Join us over on YouTube, Michelle's Criminal Musings. The link is in my profile in red. I have to take a short break here to get the video. I still haven't done the other eye, and it can wait. I just got to do the updates. We'll be back here in about 10 to 15 minutes. So I'll meet you guys back here in 10 minutes. Bye, guys. Really? Lost myself at a ditty party. Didn't think that you would know. Think I wanted a new Ferrari, and it cost me way more than my soul. Didn't have all the fortune and fame. Girls didn't look the same. Like, why the hell am I singing that song? What the hell? Does somebody want to kick me and remind me if I accidentally start singing songs that I shouldn't even know the words to, let alone have in my head? It was for research purposes that I was researching for the videos, and it just got stuck in my head. It was a part of the video. I promise. I'm sorry. That was totally inappropriate. Okay. Please stand by. If you guys have any updates for me and I'm not answering you on the messenger, put it in the Tube of You. I will see the alert there too. I'm trying to keep multiple screens and multiple items going at the same time. And I told TikTok I will be back with them in 10 minutes. So I have to hustle. I have to hustle, and you guys get to hear it. Ow. Okay, awesome. You guys are not going to believe this. When I screen recorded my updates that I was telling you guys in TikTok, it screen recorded without sound. Please tell me one of you were screen recording me. Anybody? Anybody at all? Because there's no way I'm going to remember all those details. That's why I was screen recording them at the moment. Dang it. Hold on. I am not complaining. I will not complain. But I screwed up. Wait, or is my sound all the way down? Nope, it's not recorded. No audio on that either. That was the mic drop moment. You want me to go to the K-Set one? Let me. No, this is the KAB. I started doing it again. Thank God the words didn't come out this time.
At what point does a salad become a salad?
Right now, there's a large recall
To
for
know that
salad,
Dan Bishop
so don't try to
supports laws to ban abortion with no exceptions for rape, incest, or the life of the mother. He and Mark Robinson will use their positions to control women's lives. I'm running for Attorney General to defend your freedom,
I'm
not
so
strip it
used to
away.
having this filter. So used to having this filter for us on TikTok that when we're over in YouTube and I don't need a filter anymore, I did it. Okay. Send them to me directly, Karen, because that will help me separate them because I have so many things coming. I want to separate them. So if you could send them to me from just DM between us so I could keep them separate, that will let my mind recognize what they are. Because my brain's not functioning again. Okay. Hold on. I'm so pissed that that did not record. So pissed. Wait a second. I didn't even think, Karen, I was speaking to you Vocally, not in the messages. Are you here? I need to know, because if not, then I need to just type out what I just said again. We're close to 3 strikes and I'm out. Look at this. Like, Michelle, get your shit together. Damn. I gotta provide some kind of comedy to this atrocity.
So I went to high school with him 35 years ago.
What?
And what's remarkable to me
Okay,
is that
no, thank you. No, we're good, thank you. No, thank you. Polite pass. Okay, so I got this one on the case set. If you guys need me to switch to anything else, because I'm not going to be looking at this screen, let me know. But I am going to be recording audio for my videos, so I'm going to mute my mic so you guys don't have to hear me repeat myself. I will be back in a minute. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Probably fewer than 5% refer to for mental health in the psychiatric treatment that gets provided to inmates at Warren County Jail. The other 95+% of these
You can still hear me?
Is all about physical treatment, COVID tests, things I won't outline.
flood of illegals, skyrocketing prices, global chaos, and Kamala wouldn't change a thing.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
Nothing will change with Kamala. More weakness, more war, more welfare for illegals, and even more taxes. Only President Trump cut middle-class taxes, and only President Trump will do it again.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
I'm getting there, guys. I'm getting there. I'm closer. Just give me a few more minutes. I had to. We're on break in court, and because we're not in breaking, they're on recess until 1. We switched to the YouTube visual of the search for missing mother of 4, Suzanne Simpson. Well, I put out this, so I'm making a video. I'm almost done. Just give me a few more minutes. We are here still keeping an eye on the recovery efforts for the missing mom of 4 in San Antonio, Bexar County, the southeast landfill. Wait, oh, okay. I thought that was a mattress. My heart stopped when I looked to the left. I thought that was a mattress. Oh my gosh. They just moved in a lot. That's the Texas Rangers too, guys. This is a multi-department recovery and search effort. I'm almost done, guys. Almost done. I'm sorry I'm taking so long, you guys, but I really, really enjoy making the videos. It is so much fun. But I'm almost done, I promise. Man, the effects you can create with videos are just so fun. I'm getting closer, guys, I promise.
Some people think the Zaxby Sensation salad is too delicious to be a salad. That's why we call it a salad.
We know Josh Stein.
And we know what he's done to make North Carolina safer.
He cleared the rape kit backlog.
He prosecuted murderers and drug traffickers.
And cracked down on fentanyl.
He's been a strong attorney general. He'll make it even better, Governor.
And we are going to I hope not. To
she did, whacking him.
Should I maybe end the live streaming of this or switch this to something else?
After
Hello again, everyone. This is Katrina Weber, still live out here in Southeast Bexar County. That landfill is where there's a search that is continuing in the Suzanne Simpson missing persons case. Now, the latest update we had from Almost Park Police came in an email last night that was forwarded to us by the Department of Public Safety. And basically, the chief said that they had no update. He says that the search continues after 2 full days, that was as of last night, of search evidence in this case. We've been out here all morning. We did notice, though, that some of the investigators found something that seemed to be of interest to them. They started taking pictures of what looked like a blanket or tarp that was pulled from this pile of trash, and they were photographing it. They jumped down into the pit at one point, and that is when we could tell just how deep this was. That had to be at least 5 to 6 feet because it was almost up to the top of their head. That's how deep down they went in this hole. Now, just in the last few minutes, it seems that they are moving to a new section of that grid area that they have mapped out at the top of this hill. This search, again, has to do with Suzanne Simpson. She is the woman from Almost Park, the 51-year-old mother and realtor who was reported missing last week by her husband. 53-year-old Brad Simpson is in jail, facing charges related to family violence. Neighbor heard them arguing and also told police that he saw Brad Simpson assaulting his wife outside their home Sunday, a week ago. Police did arrest Brad Simpson. They have him in custody on that charge, and he's also facing a federal charge related to an illegal weapon, but he is not charged in connection with his wife's disappearance. And police say he's not cooperating with their investigation. In that note that the chief sent out last night, he did say that they could be here all week. And he had previously said that they felt confident that there's a good chance they could find Suzanne Simpson in this landfill. He says this is their best option for searching at this time, and that is based on evidence and statements that they have received in regards to this case. Again, they're digging in this landfill looking for whatever clues, possibly Suzanne Simpson herself. And we are staying on top of this to see what develops. We're going to periodically update you here on this live stream. We're going to leave the live stream up for you to see for yourself what is going on. We will also have an updated live shot in our news, KSAT 12 News at noon. So be sure to stay with us for the latest on this case.
I will be soon. I'm just finishing up with what I'm doing. I got kind of carried away with it.
everyone knows you as a problem solver, and you know who to call to help keep your operation running.
Do you like scary movies?
I'm almost done, guys. I'm just putting it up right now. Promise. I'm literally updating it right now. Uploading it, I mean. I got stuck. I was frozen. Boone. Ow. My wrist hurts. Orange County. Okay. It is uploading now. Officially submitted it. So now we can go live again on the tube. Or Jesus, Mary and Joseph. We're getting there. All right. I'm going to restart the Okay, so now that we're live on TikTok again, I'm going to switch us over to get us back online with Sarah Boone. That took forever. I am so sorry. Welcome back in, guys. I'm getting our... Actually, no, they're not back yet. Wow. And give me a minute. I've got to find... It's 1, so maybe they're just running late. Like me. But I did just get the video done and uploaded on those updates. No time for the others, though. We do have an update in the Delphi case. I did do a video on that last night before I fell asleep. There was hair found, and I believe it was his hand, and it wasn't Richard Allen's. They don't know whose it is yet. I'm just trying to get us Sarah Boone back, guys. I'm waiting. They said they'd be back around 1, and it's. And they are still searching that same landfill, the San Antonio Bexar County Southeast landfill, for Suzanne Simpson, which we did have while I was doing the video here. It's up on, we've been up on that on the Tubo View. Michelle's Criminal Musings, if you guys need to want to see the video with us when we get back to it anyhow. Hello. I guess we're just going to have to try to be patient. I thought they would have been back by now. I thought I was too late. I thought I had to cover for myself, but nope. It's not my fault. I'm not showing them back yet. Good morning, Marcia. How are you? I have to. But if you guys haven't heard the updates coming right out of the courtroom for Sarah Boone's case, check out that video that I just did. I updated. It should be available in like the next couple minutes. It's slower when you're live, but epic moments, monumental case moments, and we actually got a look at everything that goes into. Okay, just want to make sure. If you guys want to, okay, I'm gonna cheat just to make sure they're not live and I'm missing it. I think this person is reviewing the footage from earlier, but in case they found it somehow,
scratch biscuits.
Tailed and finished up yet.
Is there, so if there's no order in the court file finding there's a violation of an order to pay, what is?
Well, there's a final order about his obligation to pay alimony, and I think if he gets on the stand, I'm going to ask him, but you have paid her alimony like you were ordered. To do so. I can go into
since they're not, double check and make sure they're not back yet. One more time. It did say one, but I don't see it. All right, so then what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up the recovery effort at that landfill for Suzanne Simpson. So if you want to see the visual side of that with us, go on over to Michelle's Criminal Musings. The link is on my profile and a video on the Kentucky daughter that dismembered and cooked her mother. I have the research to put in drink. I haven't been able to make the actual video yet. I also have I did the update on the Delphi file. Richard Allen. Hold on a second. That change for hazmat. YouTube, can you guys hear me okay? If you guys want to see the visual, again, Michelle's Criminal Musings on the Tube Review. Link is in my profile. Can we get a sound check? Y'all good? Can you hear me? Okay, good. Thank you, Catnip. And can somebody remind me that I need to figure out how to update the mods in StreamYard because, yeah. I need to update that. I need to add more of the moderators over there. Welcome back in, guys. Sarah's not back from recess yet. Not yet. What is that? Acadian ambulance? Is that the medical examiner? Please tell me that's not the medical examiner. It's not. Sam, are you in here? That's the EMS? Okay. I can't remember if Sam said she had to go somewhere really quick now or if she already did that. Okay, you're there. Good. Can you come on up? Or is that not possible right now? Man, those vultures. And I mean actual bird vultures. Thank you very much. If you guys want to join us over on Michelle's Criminal Musings, that is my tube review, where we are watching for the recovery efforts for Suzanne Simpson. They're searching in that San Antonio, Bexar County landfill, the southeast part of the landfill. While we're waiting for Sarah Boone recess to be done. If you guys need updates on that, I put the video and it should be up any minute if it's not there already. Massive moments in court for Sarah Boone today. Massive, but even more massive for the prosecution. That was a good one, Catnip. Catnip says over on YouTube, she said, hold on, it's not showing. She said they probably aren't back yet because they're trying to figure out what ridiculous thing to ask for next. And you're right. 100% you're right. 100%. Tap the screen, please, guys. It helps out the live. If you get multiple invites from me, sorry. Not on purpose. Okay, I'm going to take a peek back. See if Sarah's back yet.
has been stricken for cause by way of stipulation, and juror in seat 39 wearing badge 551 have been stricken for cause by stipulation. One other additional matter, juror in seat 51 had advised either yesterday that did you recognize anyone? She had advised that there was a law student that she recognized. Or less than that much. So the question I have for you, ma'am, are you on board with proceeding without your full defense team being present at all times?
I am.
Okay. Any further inquiry state as to that issue?
No, Your Honor.
Any further inquiries to that issue, Mr. Owens?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you all very much. We'll give the juror another 2-3 minutes and then we can have the deputy bring them back in. Thank you. Sorry. Try again, sir.
Can you hear me? Yes. That works? Yes. Okay, we're good. Thank you.
Good? Okay.
Unsolicited advice?
Yes.
The tie, I think, works better because when it's on your lapel, it's very directional when you turn your head. That's
Oh, really? Okay. It's that close, you know. You can hear me pretty. I'll do it like HGN and move my whole body. So keep my head still. Oh, fuck, nah. Thank you. This is the third one.
So 3, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. State.
Steve Ketchner on behalf of the state. William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Sarah Boone.
Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Kevin Beck on behalf of Sarah Boone.
All right, Ms. Boone still seated at council's table. We're bringing our jury back in. Let's all stand and we'll turn over the questioning to you, Mr. Henderson. State, do you recognize our panel? Defense, do you recognize our panel?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, members of the jury, again, if you could please, you can be seated, thank you. If you just raise your paddles to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during this last break. Record reflect all paddles have been raised. With that, Mr. Henderson, you may proceed, sir.
Yes. May it please the court, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. That was my first challenge in public speaking. I've been practicing all day that it's good afternoon because we're here in the afternoon. I'm used to saying good morning. So even I have challenges when it comes to public speaking. I want to thank you for being here. Again, my name's Tony Henderson, and it's my pleasure to represent Sarah Boone. And I know the judge has told you, but on behalf of our defense team, in regards to Ms. Boone, we would like to thank you. And I'm going to tell you why. America is still great. And the reason that America is great is because of systems like this that we have. It's our Constitution. Because in this country, our citizens are protected. In this country, we have limited government. In this country, based on our Constitution and the Sixth Amendment right that we have in our Constitution,
Can you hear me
is
now?
the right to a jury trial.
Testing, testing.
Folks, in some countries, they don't have that. In some countries, you don't have a jury. In some countries, they have professional jurors. In some countries, only a judge decides. In some places, you have to prove yourself innocent. We don't have to do that here.
Thank you, Jesse.
This is the way I rank these things. And of course, I have my bias as far as what you can do, the service that you can do for your country. I have this ranking. And I have a bias when it comes to this ranking, and I'll tell you about it. But number one, I think by far, is military service to your country. Number two, I believe, is jury duty.
You know that moment And
And my bias for the
movie,
military service is the
when
fact
they
that
try to
my dad
convert her in their
spent
little
22
animal
years in
to
the
make her
Navy.
smile. You know that moment where when she smiles, it turns
Thank
into a look of horror on them because
Number
she doesn't
two
smile? That's
is
what I think of
jury
every time I
duty.
see Sarah
Quite
Boone.
frankly, it's probably something I'll never be able to do because of the position that I'm in, but I would love to do it. Truly, folks, it's you that make this system work. All right? And number three, I think everybody should vote. Okay? Now, I want to talk to you about
We
the
don't
trial
do
process,
politics
and
in
this
here,
is voir
sir.
dire.
Thank you.
And voir dire means to speak the truth. This is my only opportunity that I will have to talk to you. Okay? Because once these proceedings start, it is against the rules of conduct for us to have any communication with you on either side, being on the state side, being on the defense side. So if you were to run into us or see us somewhere and we don't look at you or we don't acknowledge you, we're not being rude. Okay? We're just following the rule. And it gets ingrained in us because this afternoon, when I came up the elevator, it was a couple of people with jury
and asked
badges
us
on.
for our advice on how to not
I
hold
made sure I didn't say anything. Okay?
because
But
hers
that's the
is
reason.
a lot.
But for a trial, I break it down to it being 4 fundamental rights. And these 4 fundamental rights apply to everyone. They would apply to me if I was on trial.
Okay.
They would apply to you if you were on trial. They would apply if you had a loved one or a friend on trial. Today and for the rest of this trial, they apply to Miss Sarah Boone. And the first one of these fundamental rights you've already heard about, but sometimes people say things differently. And the first one is the presumption of innocence. We've all heard that term, correct? Raise your paddles if you've heard that term. You probably heard it enough yesterday. But prior to yesterday, I'm sure you've heard that term before. Is that correct? Could you raise your paddles if that's correct? And all of you have said that you can presume Miss Boone to be innocent.
Hi, baby.
Okay? That means at some point in time, and the judge is going to read you an instruction, and I believe the judge already did yesterday, that presumption of innocence means that you believe that she is innocent.
Come on, man. Why do you gotta keep messing with us? It's not me that stopped it. It's them that stopped it. They're having an error. What's the matter, baby girl? Come here. Hi, honey. Hi, pretty girl. Yeah, be a good girl. Sarah Boone zipped her boyfriend up in a suitcase, made him stay there, went to bed, left him there overnight, and next morning, surprise, surprise, he was deceased. If you're not familiar with the case, I've got all the videos. What is going on over here? You're supposed to be not interrupting the defense. What are you doing, baby? It's buffering. Come on. We're good. Hi, pretty girl. You're so pretty. Yes, you are. You want to come up? It's okay. Say hi, I'm Abby. Good girl. You need a shishka. You see the window? What's the matter? You want to go back down? No, you're still purring. Don't worry, Daddy will come back soon. It's failing to compute over there again. Hold on. We're just scooting. It's okay. Okay, hold on. Hey, what are you freaking out for? Jeez. She ran for the hills. No, we don't play with bags. No. Abigail, you're going to get in trouble. She pulled the bag of bags that was hanging on the back of the door. Pulled it down. I'm not going to let you sit there and eat plastic. So the live isn't live anymore now, too. Hold on, guys. We have to switch. There might be an update in Suzanne Simpson. Okay, maybe the alert was nothing. I don't want to be on the Fox San Antonio. Hi, Mila. Abigail, I said leave the bags alone. Mila, you want to come say hi? She said no. They moved the crime scene tape. Okay, since there's no update, I'm going to see if I can get Sarah Boone back online. I don't know what's going on with this. It's almost like they're saying, Michelle, go take a nap or something, you know. Stop growling at your sister. I did not raise a bully. Thank you, Parker. I don't know what's going on this thing, but I'm trying. Oh, I got some of that mascara wand in my hair. That's where that was earlier, remember? That's what that was earlier when I put my hair, before I did my ponytail. I had gotten it in, and then I couldn't find where it had gone. From the primer, the white one. Mm-hmm. There she was. I'm getting annoyed, so. What? Okay. You don't have ESPN? Thank you. If you guys want to listen, Michelle's Criminal on YouTube. We hear We understand we got Be careful your resting bee face is showing again. I have mine's much more practiced and intentional. You trying to put out feels? Personally. That's a really weird way to ask that question. Really weird way. Like super weird way. Sarah's there taking Why are you asking those questions about what's Tap the screen, please, guys. Okay. They're approaching the bench for whatever reason. Prosecution does not like the way he asked the jury that question, or the potential jury that question, whatever that reasoning may be. But this man is earning his pay today. This prosecution is on point. Especially today. Take a look at the video I did a little while ago. That's the updates from this morning. They've changed the defense, yes. Again. Yeah. They both. The stand the ground law too is great. But when you hear why she did it, it'll blow your mind. I did a video on it. I stopped the live to do videos. And we're finding out that not only was DV from both of them, but there was against him while he was in that suit. Thank you, Julie. How are you? Mike, what do you mean? You can't hear now, Catnip? Or am I being loud? They're approaching the bench again. This ain't even a trial yet. Sound check over on YouTube. Can you guys hear me? You all can hear me here, right? Can never be too sure. Okay. Can you guys see everything on YouTube okay? If you guys want to see the visual part of this, you could join us over on the Tube of You. Michelle's Criminal Musings. Thank you. And you can't hear them right now because they approached the bench. But I'm sorry if my cup being so close to the speaker is making noise. I have ice in it. I'm sorry. Didn't even consider that. I'm so rude. No, in sidebar, you don't hear sidebar. Yeah. But when Catnip had asked, it wasn't sidebar. Okay, good. Thank you. She's just writing. I'm starting to get that nervous energy again. And that feeling like there's something's going to be happening. Today, she is wearing what looks like an olive color or brown blazer with a yellow cream color V-neck top. Probably. Oh. Okay, we're going to try this a different way. I'm just disconnecting it and I'm going to represent it in the screen. That way. Which I'm now going to press play. Let me know when I press play if you guys on YouTube can hear it.
And who's 6'5" and 200 and something pounds versus a woman who's 5'9" and 120 pounds.
She is fancy. She's fancy. She
Well, are you talking about the lady defending herself against the guy that's?
Yes, sir.
Well, in that case is the survival. You know, I mean, she can either run away or depends on. But I mean, my point is, you try to avoid deadly force if at all necessary. I mean, that's the last resort. But if you can, you don't use it. But if that means your life, then of course, in that case.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Juror number 5.
She's hiding her resting bitch face, or trying to.
What's your opinion on that?
As a woman, I would want to defend myself no matter how big of a guy. I'm going to defend myself.
It depends which version you want to believe. I did a video today that is with the new defense that they have come up with. So how he got
We
it
have juror number 10 here.
when he was in it.
No. You got me. I should have had my sleeping chart. 10. Juror number 17.
I really, you know what?
Can we get the mic over there, please?
Be on the jury for, but I couldn't honestly do it because I already.
Sir, yes. Could you repeat that, please? Juror number 17.
Thank you. Does that work?
Yes.
What I was saying is if there's a larger, more imposing physical presence there that you're fighting against, that could put you in a situation where you have no choice but to use whatever's available to you, because in the example you gave, you're not going to win that fight 99 out of 100 times.
Okay.
The only problem is she's been
Thank you, sir.
George.
Is there anyone who disagrees with what juror number 17 just said? Hold your panel up if you disagree. Is there anyone here who, are you holding it up that you disagree, sir? Okay, thank you. Anyone else who disagrees? All right. How many people show a panel?
Okay, good.
Paddles who agree? To what he said. Who agrees?
I'm going to get up
Okay.
the box soon.
Thank you. Do you all understand, in the state of Florida, when it comes to defending yourself, either with non-deadly force or deadly force, that you don't have to wait for the commission of the act? Do we understand that?
Yeah, just
Am I
yes,
confusing anyone? Okay. Meaning that if someone holds their hand up and fist up and make like they're going to hit you, do you understand that to use non-deadly force in that scenario, you don't have to wait for them to hit you?
That's why I use the one that I use
Do we
now.
understand that?
Rimmel,
Okay.
growl this way.
Also,
The one I use now.
and the use of deadly force,
You could also get a stand
if someone holds up a gun,
upgrade either. I actually
right.
have one to give away, and we have giveaway this week, so remind me.
you don't have to wait for them to fire it. Do we understand that? Yes. Is there anyone who disagrees with that? Also, in the state of Florida, if it's two people or someone has knowledge of a person or the other person who's exerting force on them, if they have had difficulties or events in the past, that could be considered in their use of either non-deadly force or deadly force. Do we understand that? All right, if you understand that, show of paddles, please. Okay. All right. Let me try to give you an example. A and B are school kids, okay? They go to school every day. Let's say they're in middle school, all right? And for the past couple of weeks, you know, A has been beating on B, okay? So
You're getting close there.
A and B go to school again one day. Next thing you know, A comes up to B. And B just automatically hits A.
I have a question, Mr. Defense Person.
Approach.
They're approaching, and I know why they're approaching. Because in the time that Kid A hit Kid B hit back, and Kid A hit B again, and it went back and forth. And on one day of school, Kid B happened to be the aggressor and hit Kid A. That's how it's going to have to go. Because she got arrested for domestic violence just like he did. He was not the only aggressor.
Objection is sustained. Mr. Henderson, you may proceed.
Yeah.
Let me try to explain it to you like this, ma'am. If you hear an instruction that you can consider past difficulties between the parties if in determining if someone was justified in using non-deadly force and deadly force or deadly force, could you follow that instruction? Okay. Is there anyone here who could not follow that instruction? Yes, ma'am.
I need a microphone.
Oh, okay.
We get juror number 13, the mic.
I'm not doing a good job with the mic. I'm sorry.
So like in your example, if I'm allowed to use the example that you were just using on A&B? No.
Not the example that I used before. Okay. That was found to be wrong.
Okay. So I guess my question is, even though there's been past events that have happened and they could weigh in with that, something still has to be happening in that moment for them to defend themselves in that way, right? It's not like somebody walks up to you and you can just defend yourself.
You're absolutely correct, man. Because what the statute is going to say and what the instruction is going to say, that has to be an imminent threat, okay? An imminent doesn't mean that you have to wait for it to happen, but you have to have reasons to believe that it's going to happen, okay? But the instruction that I'm talking about, do you understand that past difficulties can be considered? Because that's what the jury instruction says. Can we follow that instruction? Is that correct? Can you follow that instruction, ma'am? Okay, thank you very much.
Nope, he should not be carrying.
How many people here own guns? Or at least one gun? Okay. All right. Let's start on this side over here. Juror number 4. I'm not going to ask you how many you own. That's your constitutional right. I'm not going to. I asked that one time. Someone said,
Well,
I'm
when
not
you
telling
see the video
So
I
I
did
learned from
earlier
that.
on what happened this morning,
What's the purpose of your gun?
how do I think? She's changed her story many times. Yes, Joseph, how could I help you?
Okay. All right. Thank you. Juror number 5.
So they're actually my husband's, and he had purchased one for me for that reason.
Because she saw a bat in the closet,
And I was by myself with my child.
which she then used on him.
Okay. Thank you. Who else on the first row on this side owns a gun? Anybody else? Second row?
The story,
Yes,
the
sir.
defense
Juror number
has
15.
changed exponentially since it has
Excuse me?
happened this month.
You have to speak up, juror number 15. Oh, there we go.
It's basically for home defense. That's all.
Home defense? Okay, thank you. Anyone else on the second row on this side? Juror number 17.
Exactly what she said. Exercising my right, self-defense, and I like to target shoot.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else on this row? Yes, sir. Juror number 19.
Self-defense.
Self-defense.
Don't really shoot, but I have it in case I need it.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else on this row? Third row on this side. Anyone owns a gun? Okay. Last row on this side. Anyone? Let's start with juror number 44 because she has the mic, I believe.
Same reason as the lady up front.
Okay, thank you. Juror number, what's your panel number,
We had
ma'am?
enough
43.
here,
Thank
I'd
you.
try. Not today.
For self-protection, I live alone, and also in my job, I have drugs, and so somebody could, I'm a veterinarian, so if anyone
Yeah,
knew
but
that,
TikTok
and
doesn't like
people
that word, ma'am.
are crazy, then they might want to break into my house and try to get. Or
They're trying to select the jury right now. So what they're asking
Or in
is,
other words, if anyone gets froggy.
I'm sorry?
I said froggy, it's a slang term, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so just, I mean, I just. Makes
what
me
it
feel
matters
safe.
is,
Okay,
Hi.
thank you. And sir?
They're representing, or they're bringing to
Okay.
the select mass group to juries
All
to
right,
pick
thank
who
you.
they want
Anyone
on
else
the
on this
final
side?
trim down
On a
here.
gun. This side.
And
If we can
since
have the
there
mic
is a
come this
new
way.
defense and a new story of everything,
Oh, they have a mic on
either
this
which
side,
way
too.
they would have to
That's
ask the jury
It's like a relay
questions
team.
that some may have a problem with, and they
Juror number
figure out who has
23
the problem so they can
for
weed out who they want,
Self-defense.
and then the defense
I like
and
your juror
prosecution, they
number, so
kind of
that was
sort
my
of
football number.
go at it over it, and
Home
then
defense,
eventually we
home
end up at our
defense,
magic
and
number.
recreation.
And recreation. Thank you, sir. That was juror number 24. This is juror number 26.
Home and self-defense.
I'm good, Marie. How are you?
Okay, thank you.
And how are you, Gio?
Anyone else? Oh, did I get the first row here? I didn't get it first. Yeah, juror number 8. Sport and recreation. Okay, were you able to hear that? Okay. All right.
Marie, what's
Now,
the last update?
I'm on the third. Anyone else on the second row on this side? On the third row on this side. Anyone gun owner? Juror number 37.
Just for recreation and home defense.
Okay. Anyone else on this side? On this row, I'm sorry. Back to juror number 51. Thank you, ma'am.
I don't own a gun, but my husband bought one for target shooting. I don't even know where it is, so he's got it locked up somewhere.
okay.
But it's not for home defense, though.
Okay. Well, thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. So far, we do have upcoming
Recreation,
court
home
dates,
defense, and
but they're not on
Your number,
murder
please. Your panel
charges
number.
at this time.
49. Okay. Thank you,
there's
sir.
nothing right. No,
Anybody else? Anyone I missed?
Nothing at
That's the
this
gun ownership. All right. Thank you.
I just wanted to make sure you knew that part. I didn't want to have to,
Folks,
tell you
if
that.
you disagree with this,
not
raise your
in
panel
a
for me.
casual manner, anyways.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm about to say. if you disagree with this, raise your panel. Okay.
Let me ask you guys a question. Say you're on a jury,
Your home is a sacred place.
and the person that is on trial is laughing and smiling with you. The vibe is good, right?
Yes. Anyone
Do
disagree
you
with
think
it?
that helps
Your sacred
your
place.
assessment of them as
Your
a
home is
person
a sacred
and for their
place.
guilt and whether or not you
Okay.
think they did it?
All right, let's do it this way. I'm sorry, yes.
Hold on,
I did it the wrong way. Let's do it this way. If you agree with this statement, raise your panel, please. Your home is a sacred place. Okay. Is there anyone here who believes that you can't defend yourself in your home?
Much better.
Okay. If you do, raise your panel. All right, thank you. All right, it's going to be
She never
one other
asked
thing
for
that I'm going to
a
talk
brain
about with this
surgeon.
justifiable
She just
use of
asked for
non-deadly force or justifiable use of
an
deadly
attorney to work
force. Okay?
potentially pro
And
bono.
it ties in with the burden of proof because
I'm getting a gray
remember,
hair.
it's the
see
state,
it?
the government, who has the burden of proof. All right? However, folks, Once the judge reads you an instruction saying that it's an affirmative defense of justifiable use of deadly force or justifiable use of non-deadly force, do you understand?
You see it?
That Miss Boone does not have to prove to you that she was
Pretend you
acting
didn't just see
in
it right here.
justifiable use of non-deadly force or justifiable use of deadly force. Do you understand that? Guess what has to happen? Juror number 3. I hadn't picked on you. What has to happen, sir? Do you know what has to happen? What do they have to prove?
Is that another gray hair?
Yeah, you're really close, but this one's tricky.
It's time
you're really
to dye her
close.
hair
You're
again.
almost at that. But you know what? The state has to prove to you that she was not acting in self-defense. Either deadly force or non-deadly force. Do we understand that? Okay, because it gets a little tricky when you think about it. So she doesn't have to prove that she was. That's the instruction that's given. She doesn't have to prove that she was. They have to prove that she wasn't. Do we understand that? Can we all follow that? Is there anyone who thinks it should be a different way? Is it anyone here, and I think a little bit of this man came up yesterday, that has ever been in a situation that either they were abused or part of an abusive relationship, or they know someone who was abused and part of an abusive relationship? Show of panels, please. Okay. And if I remember correctly, didn't we cover this yesterday and these things? All right. So I just have a couple additional things that I want to talk about when it comes to this.
Over there.
Folks, is there anyone who disagrees with this? That sometimes people are just embarrassed and don't want to talk about those situations. If you disagree with that, raise your panel, please. Do we understand that? Okay. Would you agree with this, that sometimes the person being abused tries to minimize the situation? Is there anyone who disagrees with that?
If you guys want to watch along with us, Michelle's Criminal Musings. That is where we're watching the actual jury selection.
Is there anyone here who either themselves, yourself, or know someone who has stayed in an abusive relationship over an amount of time? Raise your panel. Okay. Is it anyone here who has ever tried to talk someone into leaving an abusive relationship? Raise your panel. Okay. Thank you. All right, we're going to start over here. Juror number 2. Without telling me who it was or what the situation was, did they follow your advice?
Yes.
In the end, did it take a while? About how long did it take?
Sarah Boone's bonding with these people, and they're using their trauma to make it seem like hers was okay what she did. That's not okay.
Okay. Anyone else on this front row who had to paddle up? All right. Second row on this side. Anyone? Yes, ma'am. Did the person listen to you? The microphone's right behind you, too. I'm sorry.
No, they did not.
How long did you try?
Well, over a year.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else on this row? This second row? On this side? 21, can we pass the mic down, please?
I too found out late in the game, but when I did, it did take a little while, a couple months.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Anyone on the third row? All right. Thank you.
She left the person after about 10 or 11 years, but it was not because of anything I said. And I did talk with her the entire relationship.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else on this third row? Fourth row?
Like Sarah did, but
Yes,
she
ma'am. Juror number
deserved to
43.
be arrested.
One girl, I
Many
tried to
times.
help her, so I let her stay with me, and I brought her here to do a restraining order, but then it all fell apart. And
This is very.
she was a mess, so I got her out of my life, but I don't think that it would have made any difference.
Okay.
And then I also know quite a few clients, not very well, but you see it happen over and over, and people usually don't leave.
Thank you, ma'am.
I don't like this.
Is it anyone else on this row?
Welcome back.
Okay. Let's go to this side. Anyone on this side?
If you guys
Juror
want to see
number
the
8.
visual
Where's
part
our
of
mic
this,
here? Here it
we're
goes.
over on the Michelle's Criminal Musings side of YT.
Yes, sir.
How are you guys feeling over here? Do you guys think, are you guys feeling
Okay.
the uncomfortable
how long did
awkwardness,
you try?
inappropriateness of this moment, the questioning they're doing?
Years.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else on
No.
this row?
They're trying to have a trauma bond session.
Yes, ma'am.
Same.
Juror number, please. 13. Got it.
Same years, and I think in most cases that I've seen, like it just has to be them that finally makes the decision. It doesn't really matter what you say.
Okay. Anyone else on this front row? All right, second row. Anybody? Juror number 28.
Hi, Belle.
It's about 2 years. They eventually left on their own. And they're there support in a safe place. It has to be their decision.
Ma'am, thank you very much. Did y'all hear that? When they said it has to be their decision. Is there anyone who disagrees with that? Basically, it has to get to the point when they say they're done. Is there anyone who disagrees with
Anna,
that?
how are you?
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Anyone on the third row? Anyone on the last row? Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Where's our mic?
Fix your RBF.
Hey.
Hurry.
Years, they didn't listen.
This is Florida versus Sarah Boone.
Okay.
Florida.
Okay.
Well, I just said
And that was hard
Florida.
for you to understand, wasn't it?
This is also
No?
called the
Okay.
suitcase
That's fair.
murder. If you're not familiar with the case,
That's
there's tabs above my videos.
Well,
One of those is
simpler
called
in
Boone.
some ways, harder
All this
than
stuff
others.
is in there that you need.
Anyone else on this row?
They're doing jury selection
Yes.
now,
Juror 50.
or trying to.
My cousin is off and on in the relationship. The family knows. We've tried to talk to him. It's ongoing.
Okay. Anyone else?
This tweet
Yes,
that doesn't
ma'am.
feel right. It feels wrong.
Colleague, and I talked to him for maybe a month, but they did it on their own years
Okay.
later.
Years later? Thank you.
Why?
Is there anyone here in the panel who's ever had an injunction filed against them for no contact, that you couldn't have contact with a person? Anyone here?
No, that's a good a good point. How are you guys on the facts? Let's do a poll
Excuse
on
me?
that. Hold on.
Somebody else, but it wasn't against you. Is that right, ma'am? Okay, thank you very much. Yes,
We're
sir.
going to do a poll. Put a smile face if you think that the accused should be in jury selections. Put a sad face if you think they should
Okay.
not be.
All right, and that was your wife, correct? Not yourself. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for your candor.
Trying to cover the
All right,
one gray
anyone
hair I
else?
see coming in back there.
Thank
Don't
you.
like it.
And that was jury number, what's your pallet number, sir? 15 and ma'am, 13. I got it.
So only 2 people so far think they should.
This term came up yesterday, battered spouse syndrome. There were some people who said that they were familiar with the terminology, okay? So I know that.
We're going to have they should not when
we have that
each of 2.
information, okay? But this is something that
To have not.
I want to talk about. Is there anyone here who knows someone, friend, relative, who just knows everything about anything, if that makes sense? Anybody show a panel? Do you know someone like that? Okay. All right, so there's very few people who know someone like that. Well, we all agree that there are just things in life that we don't know about, right? Anyone disagrees with that panel? Okay. Guess what? When my car breaks down, I'm going to the mechanic because I don't know a thing about a car. Okay.
Thank you for sharing that with us.
When my
Relevancy.
AC or air conditioner goes out in the summer, I'm calling the guy as quick as I
There's
can.
a press conference.
Because I know nothing about the AC. Do you understand that? Okay.
Right now?
So, when the car guy says, oh, Mr. Henderson, it's going to cost you about $2,000.
Okay, hold on, guys.
What do I want to do?
I'm going to have to pause this right here for a second. I need to double check something. There might be a press conference for Elijah Vu's case. If that is the case, then that's where I'll be switching to. They take enough breaks in there that by the time we get back, we'll be making it while they're still on break. Okay. Thank you for letting me know. Okay, let's see here. So over here on YouTube, guys, we are just being told that there is going to be a press conference. So I am looking for that. Just give me a moment. Oh, for 2 p.m.? Thank you. Elijah Vu, yeah. I still want to try to find it before then. I wonder if they're going to finally put the charges through. The murder charges. Nothing yet. It's okay. Do you guys know which network is going to be streaming it? I don't want to have to miss it by picking the wrong one. And anyone that was looking for any updates on Liam Payne, They did find a base in the fracture of his skull. Okay. Thank you. And just in case you guys were wondering if there was any relation to Diddy, I don't think so, but he did call Diddy evil. Because I was searching, trying to see if there was any connection, because everyone that's famous and Diddy, if there's a picture, well, apparently that's what happened. That's why I had the picture last night, Karen. That at one time, Liam Payne had called Diddy evil. That's why there's only one picture of the two of them. My brain is on whenever it's any big high profile thing. My brain is on. Is it Diddy related? Okay, thank you. My brain, like I said, we're working so many different things. We are, of course, the Diddy side of things as well. So lately, my brain is putting everything. Well, is it a Diddy connection? Is it? So I did happen to Google it just to check, and the picture came back on one picture together, and then the headline I just saw in the YouTube search, Diddy evil. Yeah. But that's no relation. But I know now. Well, he wants the full printout list now of everyone that is accusing him. I know. Not right now. Not when it's that dangerous. We just want to see the thing. Neither are we. Okay, I'm showing no activity at the podium. For those of you that are still on the YouTube side of it, can you see the screen that I'm looking at right now? The press conference screen? If you guys want to be the visual side of it, Michelle's Criminal Musings. Okay, 1 second. Okay. Again, we got the podium there. No speaking.
You guys will be able to grab the packets after. Okay, sorry, okay? Yeah, I'll do it. That would do it?
Hi, Fluffers. Yes, Daddy's coming home soon. Come on. You just left, babe? Okay.
I'm gonna do it right now.
I'm glad that you're getting out now, otherwise you'd be hitting rush hour traffic.
I may have grabbed the wrong one.
Yeah, I think you did.
And my anxiety is up with you being in the city. So come home. Hi, Abby. You say, Daddy, I came on the live again today. Good girl. Abby wants some love, so hold on. Don't mind me.
That's why they're not getting my audio. Thank you. Yeah, sorry.
What?
Mic check 1, 2, mic check 1, 2.
If you want to for a sec, babe, but as soon as the press conference stops, I'm going to have to drop you out. Hold on, Rebecca. Hey, babe, what's up?
Yeah, I just got in the car, so
Okay.
I know. I was trying to hurry up, but I was trying to meet as many as I could.
Okay.
So, out of breath.
I hear that.
Food.
We're gonna have to move yours because they need this area.
What do you want to do?
Okay. I don't care. Yeah, I was about to say you accidentally missed there.
Yeah. I know, I saw.
I don't know. That's why I was asking you.
You should pick us up a good pizza. Or a place that has corn on the cob. I don't know. You decide. But I gotta get back to work to get ready to come up.
All right. Love you.
Love you. Bye.
Bye.
Yes, you guys are even privy to my personal conversations with my husband. Total blooper moment for you. That's right, Parker. You tell him. Okay. Rebecca, did you mean to request to come up? See, even Sam says pizza. Oh, they're coming in now, guys. And if you want to see the press conference, Michelle's Criminal Musings is where we're watching it at. Yeah, it says that you requested. Here we go.
Good afternoon. Thank you for attending today's press briefing, and thank you to those viewing at home. My name is Captain Andrew Raitz. Last name is spelled R-A-A-T-Z. And I'm the Public Information Officer for the Two Rivers Police Department. We are here today to update you on the investigation of the tragic death of Elijah Boone. Elijah has been our top priority since he was reported missing on February 20th of this year. Since the discovery of Elijah's remains last month, law enforcement and the District Attorney's Office has worked diligently to bring those responsible for his death to justice. Today, you will hear from Manitowoc County District Attorney Jacqueline LeBray. First name is spelled J-A-C-A-L-Y-N. Last name is spelled L-A-B-R-E. She will relay some important information in our goal of bringing justice for Elijah. After hearing from DA LeBray, we will not be taking any questions. However, we will be provided with a packet that will contain all the information that we can share at this time. DA LeBray.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being here. My name is Jacqueline LeBray, and I serve as District Attorney for Manitowoc County. Today, I want to provide an update on the tragic events surrounding the death of Elijah Boone. After thorough investigation by law enforcement, the Manitowoc County District Attorney's Office has issued charges in connection with the death of Elijah. Jesse Vang is being charged with physical abuse of a child, repeated acts causing death, hiding a corpse, and obstructing an officer. Katrina Bauer is being charged with chronic neglect of a child, consequences death, child neglect, and obstructing an officer. Both Jesse Vang and Katrina Bauer are presumed innocent until and unless proven guilty. A copy of the criminal complaint filed today will be available after this briefing, and I anticipate that a bail hearing will be tomorrow at 12:45 p.m. before the court commissioner in Manitowoc County. Bail will be set at that time, as well as an initial appearance schedule. This is an incredibly tragic situation that has shaken our community. My thoughts and deepest condolences go out to Elijah's family, who are in unimaginable pain. Elijah was a young boy whose life was tragically cut short, and his death has impacted not only his loved ones, but the Two Rivers Police Department, the Sheriff's Office, our partners in the FBI and Department of Justice Criminal Investigations, and other agencies who have worked tirelessly on this case. Our priority has always been to ensure a fair and just process, and today's announcement is a reflection of our commitment to upholding the law and seeking justice for Elijah. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the diligent work of law enforcement who has been investigating this case since the beginning. Also, the District Attorney's Office staff who have been working with law enforcement since the day Elijah disappeared. This has been a complex investigation involving meticulous review of hundreds of pages of police reports, video evidence, and other materials. The charges we have filed today reflect that diligent and thorough work. As we move forward with these proceedings, I ask the public to respect the legal process. It is essential to remember that those charged are presumed innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. I also ask that the media and the public respect the privacy of Elijah's family as they navigate this heartbreaking time.
Yeah, they're being charged.
While I will not comment further on the details of the case out of respect for the ongoing judicial process, I assure you that we remain committed to working with law enforcement to hold those responsible for his death accountable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, DA LaBrie. We'd like to thank the Manitowoc County District Attorney's Office, our partner law enforcement agencies, the Wisconsin Department of Justice, Division of Criminal Investigation, DCI, the FBI, Manitowoc County Sheriff's Office, as well as all the other agencies that have assisted us at the local, state, and federal level. In addition, we'd like to thank all the private volunteer groups that provided search efforts and resources, our community, our extended community across the nation for the continued support in our investigation and our goal of bringing justice for Elijah.
I totally understand.
As I stated earlier, we have a packet for each of you containing the criminal complaint, related statute excerpts, as well as transcripts from today's briefing that will provide you with critical information. We'd like to thank you once again for your time this afternoon. This will conclude today's press briefing. You can step forward and grab one of your packets.
Can you email out the complaint as well?
I can. Just take one of these.
If you ever want to talk. We're all here for you. I can't imagine. I'm so sorry. Okay, really quick, guys. If anyone's just coming in, I'm going to go really quick where they announce the charges.
Process. As investigation forces for unimaginable pain.
I'm trying to anyways.
The District Attorney's Office has worked diligently to bring those responsible to death.
How are you?
Good afternoon. Thank you for attending today's press briefing, and thank you to those viewing at home. My name is Captain Andrew Rates. Last name is spelled R-A-A-T-Z. And I'm the Public Information Officer for the Two Rivers Police Department. We are here today to update you on the investigation of the tragic death of Elijah Boone. Elijah has been our top priority since he was reported missing on February 20th of this year.
It shouldn't.
Since the discovery of Elijah's remains last month, law enforcement and the District Attorney's Office has worked diligently to bring those responsible for his death to justice. Today you will hear from Manitowoc County District Attorney Jacqueline LaBrie. First name is spelled J-A-C-A-L-Y-N. Last name is spelled L-A-B-R-E. She will relay some important information in our goal of bringing justice for Elijah. After hearing from DA LaBrie, we will not be taking any questions. However, we will be provided with a packet that will contain all the information that we can share at this time. DA LaBrie.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being here. My name is Jacqueline LaBrie, and I serve as District Attorney for Manitowoc County. Today, I want to provide an update on the tragic events surrounding the death of Elijah Boone. After thorough investigation by law enforcement, the Manitowoc County District Attorney's Office has issued charges in connection with the death of Elijah. Jesse Vang is being charged with physical abuse of a child, repeated acts causing death, hiding a corpse, and obstructing an officer. Katrina Bauer is being charged with chronic neglect of a child, consequences death, child neglect, and obstructing an officer. Both Jesse Vang and Katrina Bauer are presumed innocent until and unless proven guilty. A copy of the criminal complaint filed today will be available after this briefing.
Place his death to justice. Today you will hear from Manitowoc County District Attorney Jacqueline LaBrie. First name is spelled J-A-C-A-L-Y-N. Last name is spelled L-A-B-R-E. She will relay some important information in our goal of bringing justice for Elijah. After hearing from DA Labrie, we will not be taking any questions. However, we will be provided with a packet that will contain all the information that we can share at this time. DA Labrie.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being here. My name is Jacqueline Labrie, and I serve as District Attorney for Manitowoc County. Today, I want to provide an update on the tragic events surrounding the death of Elijah Boone. After thorough investigation by law enforcement, the Manitowoc County District Attorney's Office has issued charges in connection with the death of Elijah. Jesse Vang is being charged with physical abuse of a child, repeated acts causing death, hiding a corpse, and obstructing an officer. Katrina Bauer is being charged with chronic neglect of a child, consequences death, child neglect, and obstructing an officer. Both Jesse Vang and Katrina Bauer are presumed innocent until and unless proven guilty. A copy of the criminal complaint filed today will be available after this briefing, and I anticipate that a bail hearing will be tomorrow at 12:45 p.m. before the court commissioner in Manitowoc County. Bail will be set at that time, as well as an initial appearance schedule. This is an incredibly tragic situation that has shaken our community. My thoughts and deepest condolences go out to Elijah's family, who are in unimaginable pain. Elijah was a young boy whose life was tragically cut short, and his death has impacted not only his loved ones, but the Two Rivers Police Department, the Sheriff's Office, our partners in the FBI and Department of Justice Criminal Investigations, and other agencies who have worked tirelessly on this case. Our priority has always been to ensure a fair and just process, and today's announcement is a reflection of our commitment to upholding the law and seeking justice for Elijah. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the diligent work of law enforcement who has been investigating this case since the beginning.
Screen recording, you could stop now.
Also, the District Attorney's Office staff who have been working with law enforcement since the day Elijah disappeared. This has been a complex investigation involving meticulous review of hundreds of pages of police reports, video evidence, and other materials. The charges we have filed today reflect that diligent and thorough work. As we move forward with these proceedings, I ask the public to respect the legal process. It is essential to remember that those charged are presumed innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. I also ask that the media and the public respect the privacy of Elijah's family as they navigate this heartbreaking time. While I will not comment further on the details of the case out of respect for the ongoing judicial process, I assure you that we remain committed to working with law enforcement to hold those responsible for his death accountable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Jules.
Thank you, DA Labrie. We'd like to thank the Manitowoc County District Attorney's Office,
Hi, guys.
our partner law enforcement.
That brings us current. That is our update on Elijah Vu. I am so happy that these charges have gone through. And charges have just gone through for Elijah Vu and his mother. Yep, I'm pull out, hold on. I'm just gonna replay the press conference again since I still have it up. Okay, here we go.
His death to justice. Today you will hear from Manitowoc County District Attorney Jacqueline Labrie.
100%.
First name is spelled Jacalyn. Last name is spelled Lavre. She will relay some important information in our goal of bringing justice for Elijah. After hearing from DA Labrie, we will not be taking any questions. However, we will be provided with a packet that will contain all the information that we can share at this time. DA Labrie.
Here we go.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being here. My name is Jacqueline Labrie, and I serve as District Attorney for Manitowoc County. Today, I want to provide an update on the tragic events surrounding the death of Elijah Boone. After thorough investigation by law enforcement, the Manitowoc County District Attorney's Office has issued charges in connection with the death of Elijah. Jesse Vang is being charged with physical abuse of a child, repeated acts causing death, hiding a corpse, and obstructing an officer. Katrina Bauer is being charged with chronic neglect of a child, consequences death, child neglect, and obstructing an officer. Both Jesse Vang and Katrina Bauer are presumed innocent until and unless proven guilty. A copy of the criminal complaint filed today will be available after this briefing, and I anticipate that a bail hearing will be tomorrow at 12:45 p.m. before the court commissioner in Manitowoc County. Bail will be set at that time, as well as an initial appearance schedule. This is an incredibly tragic situation that has shaken our community. My thoughts and deepest condolences go out to Elijah's family, who are in unimaginable pain. Elijah was a young boy whose life was tragically cut short, and his death has impacted not only his loved ones, but the Two Rivers Police Department, the Sheriff's Office, our partners in the FBI and Department of Justice Criminal Investigations, and other agencies who have worked tirelessly on this case. Our priority has always been to ensure a fair and just process, and today's announcement is a reflection of our commitment to upholding the law and seeking justice for Elijah. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the diligent work of law enforcement who has been investigating this case since the beginning. Also, the District Attorney's Office staff who have been working with law enforcement since the day Elijah not only in deepest
Name is spelled. However,
One more time.
you'll be provided with a packet.
County. Today, I want to provide an update on the tragic events surrounding the death of Elijah Boone. After thorough investigation by law enforcement, the Manitowoc County District Attorney's Office has issued charges in connection with the death of Elijah. Jesse Vang is being charged with physical abuse of a child, repeated acts causing death, hiding a corpse, and obstructing an officer. Katrina Bauer is being charged with chronic neglect of a child, consequences death, child neglect, and obstructing an officer. Both Jesse Vang and Katrina Bauer are presumed innocent until and unless proven guilty. A copy of the criminal complaint filed today will be available after this briefing, and I anticipate that a bail hearing will be tomorrow at 12:45 p.m. before the court commissioner in Manitowoc County. Bail will be set at that time, as well as an initial appearance schedule. This is an incredibly tragic situation that has shaken our community. My thoughts and deepest condolences go out to Elijah's family, who are in unimaginable pain. Elijah was a young boy whose life was tragically cut short, and his death has impacted not only his loved ones, but the Two Rivers Police Department, the Sheriff's Office, our partners in the FBI and Department of Justice Criminal Investigations, and other agencies who have worked tirelessly on this case. Our priority has always been to ensure a fair and just process, and today's announcement is a reflection of our commitment to upholding the law and seeking justice for Elijah.
So that brings us current, guys, on that. I will be putting up the charges as soon as I can. But now that that is done, I do have to bring us back to the other part of our life that we were on. So hang in with me, guys. I'm still here with you. I'm going to put us back in. Just give me a minute. I don't think they will. They don't know. That's what I forgot to tell Aaron. I needed the information.
The fact that I look. You don't like the fact of how I sound, okay? You don't like the fact of, darn, Mr. Henderson, what were you thinking about when you got in the mirror this morning? Okay, that don't match. It could be that. Folks, it could be as simple as this, that you think my hair is way too long. Okay? But now, or it could be something that you don't like about Mr. Owens, that you don't like about Miss Boone, that you don't like about Mrs. Henderson, and that you don't like about Mr. Beck.
Dude, you're making this way
Miss
too.
Andrews is a little sensitive, so I won't say it, but you can consider that too.
If you guys want to join us
Okay.
to see what we're listening
So
to,
at this
Michelle's
time,
Criminal Musings.
if
That's where we're
you
live.
feel uncomfortable, would you please raise your paddle at this time? Okay.
I'm
Number
uncomfortable.
40. All right.
And I
Thank
just
you,
got
ma'am.
back in.
Anybody else? All right. Folks,
Mine too.
I want to thank you. I want to thank you on Miss Boone's behalf. I want to thank you on our team's behalf. People here have made us very comfortable. Sometimes it's hard going to a different place, but everybody's been very friendly. Y'all have been very attentive to me, and I really appreciate it. And I want to thank you on behalf of me, our team, and especially Sarah Boone. Thank you.
Michelle's
Judge, that's all
Criminal
the inquiry
Musings.
I have.
Can the parties approach for a moment?
And they got called back to the bench. You are trying way too hard to make this personal and build a rapport with them. I'm sorry, but nope. Polite pass. Hi, Peachy. Guess what? There was just a press conference. And there are now charges for Elijah Vu's mother and Jesse Bang as well. Press conference just ended. Oh, you and me both. You guys have heard me say on a few occasions that I would be willing to give up my eternal rest and peace and heaven and the great beyond and everything else if that meant I got to escort certain people to hell, and then I would eternally stand guard outside that gate so they can never get back out again. There are certain people. They made that list. Hi, how are you? Okay, let me just do something quick. I'm going to mute my mic for a few minutes, guys. They're at the bar. They're not at the bar. They're approaching the bench, not the bench, the bar, the bench. They had to approach the bench because, again, I'm guessing the defense was getting a little too personal. So I'm going to mute my mic for a few seconds while I try to prepare the update on Elijah's charges. So I'll be right back, but you guys will still be hearing it here.
Members of our jury, thank you so much again for your time, your sacrifice, your attention, most importantly, your honesty in answering the court's questions, the state's questions, and the defense questions over the last couple of days. We're going to excuse you for a few moments while we decide who may be able to serve as members of our jury in this case. Please do not leave this floor. There may be some of you that we need to speak to on an individual basis. And again, I'm going to give you a similar instruction that I've given you as well over the last couple of days. Please don't conduct any independent investigation or research regarding the charge, persons, places, or things that are involved. Do not have any communications with anyone else or amongst yourselves about any of those things. One last thing. You may see the state or attorney for state and the attorney for defense outside, maybe in the same elevator as you over the next couple of weeks. They're not allowed to talk to you. and they may look away from you. They're not allowed to communicate or have any interaction with you whatsoever. If you make eye contact, they may shy away and look away from you. I promise you, they're not doing it to be rude or insensitive. They're just trying to avoid the sense of any impropriety while we conduct this trial. With that, I thank you again for your time and your sacrifice, and we'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Thank you.
Yay, you found us!
All right, y'all can be seated. Thank you. We'll be off the record for a few moments for y'all to review your notes, use the facilities, take 15-minute recess. It is 3:30. We'll see you all at 3:45, and we can address any individual voir dire or charging conference at that time. Court's going to be in recess. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, yay. You're going to have to remind me that I'm going to end up calling you one name or a different name in a different place, and because Hot Mess Express. Okay, so this one's on recess, so you guys know what that means. We're going to go check if there's any progress in Suzanne Simpson to search for her. And if you guys want to watch that search coverage, again, we're over at Michelle's Criminal Musings on the Tube of You. Nope, but they're still digging deeper. Okay. So while we're on resource on Sarah Boone, that part's there. Yeah, still digging. This might give me an opportunity to work on my video. Possibly. Again, charges have gone in for Elijah Vu and Jesse, or no, I'm sorry, oh God, for Katerina and Jesse Vang. My brain does at some point go offline attemptingly. It does because I need it. My ass hurts from sitting in this chair all day. Yes, they are. We're watching it over on the Tube of You, Michelle's Criminal Musing, if you want to see it. And honestly, guys, I think I am going to take this part for a little break just so I could put the announcement on the charges out there. So give me like 15 and then we'll come back. But I'll stay live just so those of us that are watching Susan Simpson's recovery efforts as they're on recess. We're only on a short recess, so we only got a little bit of time. So give me 15 and we'll get back together, guys. I'll see you in a moment. Uno momento, but 15 really, but okay. See you in a little bit, guys.
Last name is
That scared me.
B-R-E. She relates some important information in our goal of bringing justice for life. After your review of the brief, we will not continue any questions. However, you will be brought with a packet that will contain all the information that we can share at this time.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being here. My name is Jacqueline LaBrie, and I serve as District Attorney for Manitowoc County. Today, I want to give you an update on the tragic events
Did you hear them try to pressure us into their political agenda? Oh, that's not showing us the right thing. There we go. All right, guys, I'll be back in a few. I'm going to mute myself so I can work on this really quickly while we're in that short recess for Sarah Boone. Okay, guys, I'm back live over on the tiki-taki side of things. Okay, there we go. Tap the screen, please, guys, to help the live. But don't you worry on YouTube. You guys don't have to. Perk of being over on YouTube. But if you wouldn't mind hitting that thumbs up, I would appreciate that. Okay, I'm going to check now to see if Miss Boone is back in court. Let's hope so. Where they're talking about the charge for Elijah. I just posted, so it's given by minute or two. So if anybody wants to listen to the charges again, yeah. Thank you again, Julie, for helping me screen record that. And they're still on break. How do they manage that? They take a lot of recesses. A lot. Hello again. No movement on this side, it looks like. They won't say what made them go to the landfill because it is an active investigation, but they are saying that they're going to find her at this specific spot in the landfill. I don't know what set that off. Maybe it's a cell signal. Maybe a scent. I don't know. Just don't know. So we're waiting for Sarah Boone to get back into court while we're watching it's not a search, it's the recovery for Suzanne Simpson, mother of 5. And Sarah Boone's back, so we're going to switch to that one. Who's going to watch the feed? Alert us if anything happens. Who wants to volunteer as tribute? Okay, thank you. You guys can all see that we're on Sarah, right? Sarah and this was showing up now. Sorry. 2 platforms, 1 time. Well, you see Sarah Boone, though, right? I just want to make sure you're seeing the right thing because I switched it since they're back from recess. Thank you for the follow. I don't don't know what is the deal. I don't know if it's because I'm not used to the angle up to down that I feel like I look like I'm intoxicated or something. I don't like it. Good. If you guys want to see, guess what? I look intoxicated. I don't know. I'm not used to this angle from above. I got us a new stand for the phone so that way when we start to doing the streaming of the gaming, I have something now that can hold it. So, okay. Well, to be honest with you, I'm a little surprised that Sarah hasn't asked for a mimosa today. I mean, she asked for 2 juice boxes yesterday, 4 peppermints, a bag of cookies, 2 bags of potato chips, and that was on top of the bag lunches that everybody else gets there. Hi, Rachel, thank you. Thank you, thank you. We're in the stretch, guys. We're on our 7th hour of being alive. We are. Thank you. I can't decide if I want to take my hair and put it all up or put it down or what. That is one of the things that we'll hopefully see. One of the things that I love about this thing, true crime, that some of us are just always finding ourselves drawn to, is the behavioral aspects. But this time, they're giving us 2 for the price of 1 because we get to understand why a Siren does what a Siren does.
As addressed at the bench, we will begin with jurors seated in seat 1. The state will have the opportunity to accept or reject those persons seated in odd seats. Then it will proceed to the defense.
To jury
even seats
selection.
To accept or reject.
Do you want to eat a
cashew?
cashew?
Purposes of selecting our panel of 6. Once we have that panel of 6, backstrikes will be permitted. If there are no backstrikes, we will then proceed with selecting as many alternates as possible.
Yeah, I'll be doing this.
Parties are ready to proceed with selection. Please let me know. We'll be off the record until that time.
Again, if you guys want to see the visual side of this, Michelle's Criminal Musings on YouTube. We are there. They clearly have secrets and we're not allowed to hear. But I honestly don't mind missing a few of hers. You know, for someone that asked for hair and makeup, Jamie, you need to teach her how to use mascara and stuff because I'm not shaming or anything, but for someone that was pushing for it, for getting hair and makeup, she's just trying to be difficult. It's like being a diva. You know how they say people are a diva? That's what a Karen is. But you add the criminal element on top, and that's how we get the double benefit. Because we get to study a Karen in her unnatural element. And a narcissist is the same at the same time. And by the way, she has changed her defense plan. She's changed her story, and it's a doozy. If you guys weren't here to see it, I did do a video on it to show it. It's on the tube. I need to put them, or no, it's on the TikTok. I need to put them on the YouTube. I keep forgetting. But that has the mic drop boom moments that were had in the motions hearing this morning by the prosecution. He worked the hell out of that. You're shocked? Yeah, check it out. It's not long, but it's the most important parts of today's trial. I must be shadow banned again. I don't know what's the deal with my numbers. Maybe I'm doing too many videos. I do not like that. Because this is about Saren Boone, and remember, everybody's a fan of Saren. Am I on that now? I'm not on 18 plus now, right? I've only done that twice. Hi, Kat. What did who do? Saren? She zipped her boyfriend up in a suitcase and left him there, and he couldn't breathe, and she recorded herself saying, "Oh, good, I'm glad he can't breathe," etc., etc. Oh, sweet Saren. Well, she has once, twice, 3 times, and more. And now she's claiming it was self-defense. Hi. Got you. Yeah, Kat, if you haven't seen it, I have a tab, guys, too. I have a tab over my videos. There's one called Boone. That's where you will find all my coverage on this, including the one from court this very morning, which was explosive. I wonder if we could say that word on here. I'm so sick of the filtering thingy. Quit censoring us, TikTok. Let us talk like we're over 5 when we understand that we're over 5. Let us talk like the adults that we are and that most people don't act like. They're at the bench. Or, approach the bench. They're secret talking. Hi, Melissa. They're telling secrets that we are not entitled to hear. I need to remember after the live to create a banner. I think what that does is let me put my different stickers on there. If I have ahead of time, then I could put Sarah Boone. Damn it, what was my other big thing? Oh, Michelle's Criminal Musing, so people know which YT to go to. And be set. Where? But the question is, were you saying that in a way to demean them? Or were you saying it in a way of, I don't know. The Victim Behind the Mask is a crime, romance, thriller, suspense. Come on. Start it up. We have been waiting too long. Finish with this. Come back. Go to jury selection so we could get opening statements sometime this year. Oh. I don't know. As long as people are respectful in my life, and they don't talk about other creators and other stuff like that. We have rules for our little corner of the TikTok that we've created, and it's our little safe spot, and we like it that way. No, she never had long hair, Heather. She always has had hair just about that length or a little bit longer. Bless you, Mila. Always, 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 always. Not much longer though, like maybe to her middle of her neck, or maybe right above her shoulder. I haven't seen it longer than neck level, like the bottom of her neck, collarbone level at the very most. We've worked hard for this place. And whether it's a place full of 400, 4,000, or 4, it's our place. What's wrong, baby girl? What is it, honey? Do you want to come say hi? Abby came up and said hi today. Come here. Come say hi. You haven't said hi today. And you're my support animal, so you're slacking. Get over here. Come on. Come by mama. She's like, lady, are you crazy? I'm very glad. Now, if you guys want visual of the part we're not hearing because they muted us because they're discussing stuff, and Saren looks mighty pissed, if I might add. She's very unhappy with that lawyer she's speaking to. Look at those facial expressions, you guys. Oh, yeah, I think to the bottom of her neck. Yeah, I have 3, and only one of them is mine. Abby and Mila are daddies. Nala, come here. Nally, come here, baby, so that I can say, oh, there you are. Come here. Who wants to come by mommy? You're both in here. Come here. Who wants to win? Hi, baby. No, it's okay. We just want cuddles. This is Aaron's baby. Who's not? Oh, Saren? We gotta remember, she said that everyone around the world is a fan of hers. Crazy Saren. Heather, I got Abby back up right now. She's like, Mama cuddle time. Right? Mama cuddle time. By the way, in case you guys missed it, there was a press conference in the case of Elijah Vu. That's the video I did a little bit ago. Charges have been put through for the mother and for Jesse Vang on murder charges. You want down? Okay. She said, I've had enough. Get me out of here. I want to see that again, but she's being finicky. We all know you know who me
Back on the record, case number 2020, CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Let me get appearances for the state. Defense.
James Owens for Ms. Boone.
Coming back on behalf of Sarah Boone. All right, thank you very much. The state is advised to the juror members that they would like to follow up with 40, 49, and 51. Defense, do you have any juror members that you would like to follow up with?
Hello, Shell. We had an update on the case in Wisconsin today. It was on Elijah.
Okay, all right. Let's go ahead and
Mother
bring
charges,
in
boyfriend
juror
charges.
in seat
In regards to
40
this murder.
wearing badge 201, and we'll stand when that juror enters.
Abby, no bags. No. This is a soothing for me. I play with my hair, curl my hair, do my makeup, undo my makeup, and redo it again. It's normal.
Y'all may be seated.
I know. I did a video
Ma'am, thank you
of the
so
press
much.
conference where she
Juror number 40 for
announced
coming
the
back
charges.
in.
If you want to
We've got
listen
a
to
couple
it,
of
it is
follow-up
there.
questions to ask of you. State, you may proceed.
I don't. Okay, yes, on.
State, you may proceed. Thank you.
Ma'am, I believe towards the end of Mr. Henderson's questioning, there was something about potentially feeling uncomfortable or something to that effect?
Yes, so it was mostly because of the time. I have to be at pickup of my
No,
kids by
Heather.
6.
She ran away
Like
already.
yesterday, I made it at 5:59. So if at any point we go over
And there's filters over here. I'm having
5,
filters.
then I would not be able to make it on time.
No follow-up. Any follow-up?
StreamYard does not have filters.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm self-conscious. I'm not there yet. Not that level yet. I'm answering on the two of you. We have split two.
State any position
So
with regard
if
to
you
juror
want
in
the
seat 40
visual
at this
side
time.
of Sarah Boone, Michelle's criminal music.
Juror in seat 40 wearing badge
Just like the
201
audio.
will be stricken for cause by way of
You want to still
stipulation.
see my face?
Let's bring in juror
This one.
in seat 49 wearing badge
It's on the
192.
two of you yet. Like I said, there's that auto filter and it lets you slim yourself here. You don't get to do that there.
Thank you. Everybody can be seated. Juror number 49, good afternoon, sir. We just had some follow-up questions to ask of you, okay? State, you may proceed.
Sir, I believe at some point during questioning, there was a point in time where you indicated you'd like to speak without the other jurors present, correct?
I did, but to be honest, I can't recall
Yeah, everything's on.
Careful, Sarah, and you almost dropped your eye.
I did say that, and I don't recall in what respect that was to, other than my comment late yesterday afternoon.
Did you have anything to do with the friend being murdered potentially?
My brother.
Your brother, okay. And did you, more details you want to share in private, or?
I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't omitting anything as we were discussing everything, or as you were asking the questions. It happened so long ago that I didn't really bring it up at the correct time. I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew.
So I said RBF. I have RBF, but I do it like a pro.
All went through with his law. Is that going to affect your ability to be fair and impartial
That's
in a
resting
murder trial? As opposed to there's lots of other trials you could have done. You're going to be excused today if you don't make this one. They're not going to make you do another trial. But are you?
I'm not concerned with my ability for jury status. I do not believe that it will influence me because it was 30 odd years ago.
Thank you.
Any follow-up? Okay. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
Me too. The difference
State any
is I'm
position
old
as
enough
to
to
the
not
juror in
be
seat
able
49.
anymore.
No motion.
Defense? Okay, thank you. Let's remain standing. We'll bring in the juror in seat 51 wearing badge 325, excuse me.
You don't cat.
Y'all can be seated. Thank you. Juror number
I
51,
want
good
to give
afternoon.
Botox.
We wanted to bring you in because we had some specific questions to ask of you. State, you may proceed.
Okay.
For these.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Was there a certain point in time during questioning that you indicated that you wanted to speak to us without the?
This is the
There was, and I think
it's in my
it had to do with it was the personality, mental stuff. Our daughter has had a lot of physical and mental health problems, has been diagnosed with multiple medical or, mental illnesses. At one point, she was diagnosed with borderline personality disorder, which I think they decided that wasn't it. So she's just had multiple
It's the one
diagnoses.
that's
I
in my
think
showcase.
the
It's the only
question
beach
that
waiver
you
one.
had wanted
No, I think I have two beach
clarified,
waiver
and I
ones
think
in
there
my
may
showcase,
have
but
been
this is the only
something
one I
else, if
own.
so, I can't remember.
It's the beach waiver V1. So if you go to my profile and click on my showcase, you'll see it. That's all I know about the size.
Disorders that are recognized by the DSM-5-DR, which is what, my daughter would be diagnosed from.
Mhm.
If there's testimony about that.
Heather, me too, girl. I'm right there with you.
By expert witnesses, is that going to present a problem for you to sit and fairly and impartially decide that testimony and evidence that you hear and see how it applies to this case and to this defendant and this decedent?
I don't think my experience with my daughter would influence me. I think mental disorders can be complicated, though. So,
All right, and so just to phrase it a different way without going into the airplane scenario that we use.
Why are they talking about airplanes?
Do you have any doubt in your ability to be fair and impartial if you hear that sort of testimony and evidence?
no, I do not.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Defense, any follow-up? All right, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you. You just leave the microphone right in the seat next to you. Thank you. State any motion with regard to juror in seat 51.
No, Your Honor.
Defense.
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's remain standing and we'll bring in the juror in seat 13 wearing badge 2130.
It's expensive for everybody, Heather, just so you know. I can't afford it either. That's why I use the products I use and I put the stuff in the showcase I use because I'm the guinea pig of the group. They keep me around to guinea pig me.
Y'all may be seated. Thank you. Juror number 13, good afternoon, ma'am. We just had some additional follow-up questions to ask of you. Mr. Henderson, you may proceed, sir.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, podium's right here, Mr. Henderson, front center.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello.
I believe it was yesterday when it came up, but you said that you're going to be testifying in a case.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that correct?
Yes,
Could
sir.
you tell me what case that is?
It's a case, the state against my ex-husband for a domestic battery charge.
All right. Are you the alleged victim in that case?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Did she say
Due to
no?
the nature of this case and what you've heard in the questioning, do you think you can be fair and impartial?
I think so, yes.
Excuse me?
Yes.
Okay. Do you feel, what's your relationship with the state attorney's office now?
I don't have one.
Okay. Do you feel because they are representing you, well, not really you, they're representing the state, but you're the victim in the case, does that give you any feeling that you have allegiance with them or anything like that?
No, I would hope that this would have no impact. I would assume so.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. I don't have any further.
Any follow-up? Thank you, ma'am.
I bet you they vote to take her out. It could be risky, but if the defense is I bet
Any
the
motions
defense
with
will want
regard
her
to
out.
juror in seat 13?
I'm betting.
Okay, all right. Y'all can be seated. Thank you.
Ha, ha, ha.
Are there any additional cause challenges on behalf of the state? Yes, sir.
May I remain seated?
Yes, sir.
Seat 2.
Response? Juror in seat 2 wearing badge 651 will be stricken for cause by way of stipulation.
Seat 22.
Juror in seat 22 wearing badge 13 will be stricken for cause by way of stipulation.
Seat 34. I'm sorry.
34.
Stipulate.
Juror in seat 34 wearing badge 310 will be stricken for cause by way of stipulation.
Seat 44. Stipulate.
Juror in seat 44 wearing badge 506 will be stricken for cause by way of stipulation.
Seat 48. Stipulate.
Juror in seat 48 wearing badge 4045 will be stricken for cause by way of stipulation.
No additionals.
Any additional cause challenges on behalf of the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. I believe that leaves us with 38 potential jurors remaining, if my math is correct. We will begin with selection at this point in time, starting with seat number 1. State, acceptable?
Judge, excuse me. Can we make some seating arrangements because I have to receive because I only
Sure.
have
If you need to move, go ahead, sir.
They're changing their seating preference. Again, guys, if you weren't in here earlier,
All right.
there was
Starting
a
with
press
seat number
conference
1,
in Wisconsin.
State, acceptable?
Charges for the
Acceptable.
Elijah
Defense.
case.
Seat number 2 was
Yeah,
previously struck for cause by way of stipulation. 3, State,
Acceptable.
defense. 4, defense. State,
First peremptory.
any response, defense? Any response to the peremptory challenge is to juror in seat 4. So stricken. Seat 5,
Acceptable.
defense. 6, defense.
Absolutely, Heather. You're welcome.
State,
Acceptable.
They're
7,
going over the juror list to pick them right now. Should be the last step.
Acceptable.
defense. Any response, State?
No, sir.
That will be juror number 7, wearing badge 380, will be struck by virtue of the defense's first preemptory. 8, defense. State,
Second peremptory.
any response? Juror in seat 8, wearing badge 361, will be struck by virtue of the state's second preemptory. 9,
Acceptable.
State.
I'm sorry, acceptable.
That's fine, appreciate you.
If you
Defense?
need any information on this case, guys, it's under
10.
the tab Boone on my profile.
10 and 11 were previously struck by way of stipulation for cause. 12, defense. Any response?
No, sir.
Juror in seat 12, wearing badge 837, has been struck by virtue of the defense's second preemptory. 13, State.
Acceptable.
Defense. I believe that we have a panel. Our panel currently is jurors in seats 1, 3, 5, 6, 9, and 13. Any backstrikes? State.
Seat 6.
Any response? Juror in seat 6 will be struck by virtue of the state's third preemptory. Any additional backstrikes?
I am so sorry, Kathy. I did not
Any additional
see you type
backstrikes?
that.
Defense.
So sorry. I did do a video about it, but I didn't see that you typed that. I zoned out. I'm so sorry.
Picking up on 14. Defense. Any response?
No, sir. The alternate strike one?
We don't have a panel, sir.
Oh, I thought we.
No, we had 6. Currently of 1, 3, 5, 9, and 13.
Acceptable. Sorry, no objection to their peremptory.
Juror number 14, wearing badge 537, will be struck by virtue of the defense's third preemptory challenge. 15, state.
Acceptable.
Defense. Believe that we have a panel. Our panel currently is 1, 3, 5, 9, 13, and 15. Any backstrikes? State.
No, sir.
Any backstrikes? Defense. You may.
This will be so much easier tomorrow because my iPad should come today. Yes, I got us an iPad. It's supposed to come today, so by tonight. So tomorrow we should be good. I should be able to do my videos while we're listening all at the same time. Multitasking will be my new goal, learning how to do so. I'm not going to say I don't have a long way to go. And if you guys want to join us to watch it as well as hear it, we are over on Michelle's Criminal Musings. That is the Tube of You. The link is in my profile in red. Why are there no mics right now? Wait, Nick, have you checked, see if there's anything on Suzanne Simpson?
Any response? State.
No, Your Honor.
Juror in seat 1, wearing badge 134, has been struck by virtue of the defense's fourth preemptory. Any other additional backstrikes?
Okay, thank you.
Any additional backstrikes? State.
No, sir.
All right, picking up with 16. Defense. State.
Acceptable.
I believe we have a panel. Panel is 3, 5, 9, 13, 15, and 16. Any backstrikes? State.
No, sir.
Any backstrikes? Defense. I can, sir. 3, 5, 9, 13, 15, 16.
I thought you're supposed to be my
Yes, sir.
emotional
Of course.
support kitty. Why you run from mommy? Leave me alone. I don't want to be on your show. Diva. Now for you too. Abby came up under the chair and put her paws up on my knee. So I picked her up and she was on live purring like crazy. She switched teams. She loves me more now. I'm not bragging or anything, in case you were wondering. Okay, I was totally bragging. What am I talking about? I was totally bragging. 100%.
Response? State.
No, sir.
Juror number 3, wearing badge 899, been struck by virtue
I
of the
thought he
defense's
said
fifth
something else.
preemptory. Any other additional backstrikes? Defense.
Babe,
State.
I need you to send me the picture of my car
You've used 5.
when you're not driving.
Any other
I
additional
need it to
backstrikes?
my YouTube
State.
Premium. You are
No, Your
awesome.
Honor.
Picking up on 17. State.
Acceptable.
Defense. I believe we have a panel again. Jurors 5. Yes, sir. Any response?
No, sir.
Juror in seat 17 wearing badge 57 will be struck by virtue of the defense's sixth preemptory challenge. 18.
I wish that I knew which number that one juror was that said that she had her own DV case. I wonder if they're going to try to strike her. I wish I remembered her
Any
number.
response, defense? Juror number 18 wearing badge 7 struck by virtue of the state's fourth preemptory challenge. 19. State.
Acceptable.
Awesome.
Defense. Any response?
No, sir.
Juror number 19 wearing badge 891 will be struck by virtue of the defense's seventh preemptory.
Banana.
20 was previously struck for cause. 21.
Acceptable.
Believe that we have a
Who
panel.
said it was
The panel is
13?
5, 9, 13, 15, 16, 21. Any backstrikes, state.
No, sir.
Any backstrikes, defense. The first, of course.
Come on, baby. You doing okay? You need scratches? Okay, let me give you pets and scratches. You feel good?
Okay.
Yeah.
Our jury panel will be jurors seats 5, 9, 13, 15, 16, and 21. We will now proceed with selecting any alternates. Yes, sir. I can't, sir. 5, 9,
My baby.
13, 15, 16,
Hi.
21.
Say hi, guys. I'm Nala. Did they just say they were striking 13?
Juror number 22 was previously struck for cause, 23 for an alternate position. State.
Acceptable.
Juror number 23 will be serving as our first alternate. Moving to juror in seat 24.
Heather, if you haven't seen Nala, come over on TikTok real quick so you can see Nala.
Any response?
No, sir.
Juror number 24 wearing badge 235
This one
will be stricken by virtue
is
of
our main
the
coon. She
defense's
has the M on her
preemptory
forehead.
challenge.
She's
25 was previously struck for cause. 26. Defense.
You take care of Mama, right?
Correct, sir.
You let Mama know before she passes out, before her sugar gets too low. Daddy's on his way
Yeah, the
home.
way I marked his down was
Mila's crying for
defense
Daddy.
alternate 2 strike, just because it was our second alternate, but we should have as many alternate
I have
strikes
so
as
many
alternates
pictures
as
of me being
our
sick,
zone is.
All right,
laying
that's
in
fine by
bed,
me.
and her laying there holding me.
Well, but it was, I just marked it as, because we're shooting for alternate number 2, so I'm just trying to keep track of that for, but,
No, Mila's crying in the other room,
yes, sir.
That's correct.
and I think Abby might have just got sick.
25 was previously struck for cause. 26. Defense.
Oh, she's crying too. Daddy said hi.
Any response?
No, sir.
What?
26 wearing badge 165 will be the defense's second alternate preemptory.
What's the matter?
27. State.
Acceptable.
Defense. Juror number 27 will be our second alternate. 28. Defense. State.
Acceptable.
Juror number 28 will be our third alternate. 29.
She's different.
That's the state's call.
She can feel everything with me. She knows when I'm stressed. She knows when I'm scared.
I'll use an alternate strike.
She knows when I'm
Any
sad.
response, defense?
She leaves me alone when
Juror
I'm
number 29 will be struck by virtue of the
Mhm.
state's first alternate strike. 30 was previously struck for cause by way of stipulation. 31, state.
Remind me to show you guys later. I have pictures of her
Defense,
when I'm sick laying in bed because I'm in too much
any
pain.
response?
I have
No, sir.
pictures of her.
Juror number 31 will be struck by virtue of the defense's third alternative
Yeah.
strike.
I want to get one more cat
32,
just so I
defense.
can have a black cat too. Zachary Binks. Tell him.
Acceptable. 32 will serve as our fourth alternate. 33. State, it's odd. Acceptable. Defense.
I'm trying to
33 will
breathe
serve
on her.
as our sixth alternate. Fifth. I'm sorry, I'm one ahead. I already wrote it in for 5, I apologize. 34 was previously struck for cause. 35. State. Acceptable. Defense. Juror 35 will be our sixth alternate. 36, defense. No response. Juror in seat 36 will be struck by virtue of the defense's fourth alternate strike. 37. Acceptable. Defense. Acceptable. 37 will serve as our seventh alternate. 38. Defense. Acceptable. State. Acceptable. We have an alternate panel, a total of 14. Our alternates are 23, 27, 28, 32, 33, 35, 37, and 38. Need black strikes, state.
Seat 35, alternate strike number 2 for the state.
Any response?
I mean, I'm not 30, did I say 35?
You said 35, yes, sir.
33.
Okay.
Hi, Abby. I got her at my feet now.
Juror in seat 33 will be the state's second alternate strike. Any additional back strikes, state.
Not at this time.
It's okay.
Any additional back strikes, defense. 39 and 40 were previously struck for cause by stipulation. 41, state.
Tell my husband it's okay to have 4.
Acceptable?
Any response?
No, sir.
All right, juror number 41, wearing badge 76, has been struck by virtue of the defense's fifth alternate challenge. 42 was previously struck for cause by way of stipulation. 43, state. Acceptable. Defense.
I'm getting tired.
I believe that we have our alternates. Our alternates at this time are 23, 27, 28, 32, 35, 37, 38, and 43. Any back strikes, state.
No back strikes to the original panel or the 8 alternates.
Defense, any back strikes? Yes, sir.
Next time my hubby comes in here, tell him that, please, so I can get Zachary Binks. I want to get a black cat and name him Zachary Binks. And it's going to be a mama's boy. I've already decided. Exactly. So if you guys see Mr. Michelle come back in here, he's got that lightsaber light green picture. Let him know. Hey, we are having a great day. I hope you are as well. We do have some news over in the true crime community. Charges for the murder of Elijah Vu have gone up. I did put a video out with that information if you want to hear them for yourself. As well as, I'm aware the Delphi trial has started, but there's no cameras allowed in there. So I'll be doing the videos after.
Okay. So our alternates in this case will be juror in seat 23, 27, 28, 32, 35, 37,
What day?
38,
Thursday?
and 43.
State accepts the
My
panel.
damn mind.
Defense, do you accept the panel?
Thursday.
Yes, sir.
We're 4 days in and they still haven't started yet. They're still jury selecting this. Thank you. So they voted her out,
Okay, very good.
the woman that
Can the parties approach for a moment?
is in her own abuse case right now. See, the thing with Sarans in their element, and that specific Sarah, listen, she likes to think that she holds power through her sweetness and her appearance. She can't do that with women. But she can make them feel sorry for her. Can she do both at the same time? At this point, they may as well just wait to start till Monday. How's everything looking, Nick, on Suzanne's recovery in Bear County? For anyone that doesn't know, missing mom, Suzanne Simpson, they're doing the landfill search in Bear County, San Antonio, the southeast side more specifically, where they have been there for this entire week in an area that they believe that they're going to find her in. And there's now search. It's now.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I have a couple of things to go over with you before we bring in our panel.
How are you?
You were previously sworn this morning. You've been present throughout the entire jury selection process that began on Monday. You've been seated at counsel's table either here in 23 Alpha or 12 Alpha of the Orange County Courthouse, and you've been able to observe the jurors during that entire process. Were you able to hear the questions asked of the jurors and their responses? Did you confer with your counsel about who you wanted or did not want to be selected for your jury?
I did.
Do you believe you were given a meaningful opportunity to participate?
Yes.
What?
Is there anyone that you wanted to keep that your lawyers struck?
No.
Are you satisfied with your attorney's performances so far in this trial?
Absolutely.
Do you agree with the panel that has been selected for your case?
Absolutely.
Is there anything you would like to bring to my attention at this time?
No, thank you very much.
Holy shit.
When the court reads the 2.1 preliminary instruction, defense, would you like me to read the defendant's right to remain silent section of same to our panel?
Yes, sure.
All right, thank you very much.
Well, somebody check the thermostat in hell. I just need to make sure it's not frozen over because she didn't have anything extra to add. When did they start giving satisfaction surveys at the end of each stage? Why are we making sure that she got every judge that she wanted and they listened to her choices? Or maybe he's just being cautious.
Bring our panel in. State.
No, Your Honor.
Defense.
So they wouldn't
No,
even.
Your Honor.
Okay.
I don't know.
Let's go ahead and bring back in our panel. We will stand. Madam Clerk will identify them by their badge number. I will ask them to remain seated where they are, and then we'll excuse the balance of the panel. I will give them an instruction. The court will then read the 2.1 instruction and 2.1A note-taking instruction and provide explanation for where we will be tomorrow morning.
By the way,
So let's
guys,
go ahead and stand and bring in our panel.
if you want to see the visual side of this, join us over on Michelle's Criminal Musings in the Tube of You. The link is in my profile in red. And thank you for tapping the screen, guys. I appreciate it. I still can't get over the part where she would make it at a point to bring out the fact that she's not getting alimony while she's in jail. Like, what? What is her? She's up to something. If you guys want to see her face to agree with me or disagree with me, Michelle's Criminal Musings on YouTube. I welcome the challenge. They sure are in her dorm. Oh, 2 juice boxes, 2 bags of chips, 4 peppermints, and a bag of cookies. But that she was denied that. And we found out that even though the reason she asked for that was because she said she wasn't getting bag lunches like the rest of them. And they found out that yes, she actually was.
State, do you recognize our panel?
Mm-hmm.
Defense, do you recognize our panel?
Yes, Your Honor.
I thank you all can be seated. Members of our panel, we have been able to select a jury to serve in this case. Madam Clerk is going to call you out by your badge number, not the paddle number that you've been using all yesterday and today. Please stay in your seats when your badge number is called.
My face
Madam
is
Clerk?
like falling,
Juror number 295.
melting off or something.
Juror number, you want to stand?
Please, if you could stand when your name is, your badge number is called, please. Thank you.
Juror number 9. Remain standing. Juror number 569. Juror number 515. Juror number 130. Juror number 249. 249. Juror number 448. Juror number 110.
Interesting, isn't that they said no to her?
Juror number 306. Juror number 33. Juror number 519. Juror number 2130. Juror number 413. And juror number 102.
State, do you recognize the jury is selected?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize the jury is selected?
Welcome to the jury
Bless you.
club. I don't know, but I bet it has something to do with how
You all can be seated.
plans
Thank
to
you very
pay
much.
for her defense. That's
To the members of our panel that were not selected, I thank you so much for your time and your participation and your attention in this very important process. You have my thanks, the thanks of the lawyers, and the thanks of Ms. Boone. It is entirely up to you whether or not you would like to discuss this case. You may do so, or you may decline. That privilege is yours. Please proceed now back to the jury assembly room, where they will validate your parking, provide you your jury certificates, and give you further directions. Thank you, God bless you, and have a great rest of the week.
I'm so confused. But yeah, I'm guessing she still wants the alimony to pay for her new defense. I don't even.
Please don't go anywhere.
My face is melting off. Look.
Okay, please.
I'm just going to do a roll.
Y'all can be seated. Thank you.
Just going to do a roll call. You don't have to stand, just raise your hand. Juror number 295. Juror number 9. Juror number 569.
Who said that?
Juror number 515. Juror number 130. Juror number 249. Juror number 448. Juror number 110. Juror number 306. Juror number 33. Juror number 519. Juror number 2130. Juror number 413. Juror number 102.
All right, thank you. All right, members of our jury, I have a couple of instructions to read to you. Oh, yes, Madam Clerk needs to swear you in. So if you could please stand up, raise your hands, please.
It's the auto modifying thing that I
Do you
had.
swear or affirm to truly try the issues between the state of
And I
Florida
send
and the
myself
defense
out for
and render a true verdict according to the law and evidence, so help you God?
Thank you all very much. You can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you've been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus Sarah Boone. This is a criminal case. Ms. Boone is charged with murder. The definition of the crime charged will be explained to you later. The state's charging document, which is called an information, is not evidence, and it is not to be considered by you as proof of any guilt. It is the judge's responsibility to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state proved its accusations beyond a reasonable doubt against Ms. Boone in accordance with the law that I provide to you. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined, and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits may also be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the court will give you instructions on the law. The attorneys will then have the opportunity to make closing arguments. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, the court will conclude with the final instructions. After the final instructions are given, you will then retire to consider your verdict. You should not form any definite or fixed opinion on the merits of the case until you have heard all of the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and the instructions on the law by the judge. Until that time, you should not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. I now instruct you not to communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, about this case. No communication includes no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or any other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. If you become aware of any violation of any of these rules at all, notify court personnel of the violation. During the course of the trial, the court may take recesses, and you will be permitted to separate and go about your personal affairs. During these recesses, you must not discuss the case with anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about this case, tell him or her that you are on the jury trying the case and ask that person to stop. If he or she persists, leave that person at once and immediately report the matter to the court deputy, who will advise me. All cell phones, computers, tablets, or other types of electronic devices must be turned off while you are in the courtroom. Turned off means that the phone or other electronic device is actually off and not in a silent or vibrating mode. You may use these devices during recesses, but even then, you may not use your cell phone or electronic device to find out any information about the case or communicate with anyone about the case or the people involved in the case. Do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or of your fellow jurors. After each recess, please double check to make sure your cell phone or electronic device is turned off. End of the case, while you are deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside the jury room. You cannot have in the jury room any cell phones, computers, or other electronic devices. If someone needs to contact you in an emergency, the court can receive messages and deliver them to you without delay. Contact phone number will be provided to you. The case must be tried by you only on the evidence presented during the trial, in your presence, and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and the judge. Jurors must not conduct any investigation on their own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let even the closest family members make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. What are the reasons for these rules? These rules are imposed because jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. If you investigate, research, or make inquiries on your own, the trial judge has no way to make sure that the information you obtain is proper for the case. The parties likewise have no opportunity to dispute or challenge the accuracy of what you find. This is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against it, and to present argument with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having that opportunity our judicial system promises. Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of these proceedings, and a mistrial could result, which would require the entire trial process to start over. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and the taxpayers. If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court and face sanctions, such as serving time in jail, paying a fine, or both. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove her innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections they feel are proper. When an objection is made, you should not speculate on the reason why it was made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had he or she been permitted to answer. During the trial, it may be necessary to confer with the attorneys out of your hearing to discuss matters that require consideration by me alone. It is impossible to predict when such a conference may be required or how long it will last. When such conferences occur, they will be conducted so to consume as little of your time as necessary for a fair and orderly trial of the case. Members of our jury have one additional instruction to read to you regarding note-taking. If you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, you are not required to take notes if you do not want to. That will be left up to you individually. You will be provided with a notepad and pen for your use if you wish to take notes. Any notes that you take will be for your personal use. However, you should not take them with you from the courtroom. During recesses, the court deputy will take possession of your notes and will return them to you when we reconvene. After you have completed your deliberations, the court deputy will deliver your notes to me. They will be destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. If you take notes, do not get so involved in note-taking that you become distracted from the proceedings. Your notes should be used only as aids to your memory. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. With that, members of the jury, we will pick up tomorrow morning in courtroom 12A of the Orange County Courthouse, and we will begin with opening statements at that time. I instruct you to follow the instructions that I've just read to you, including not reading any newspapers or watching the local news, having any conversations with anyone, or conducting any independent research or investigation as to the persons, places, things in charge in this case. With that, again, I thank you for your service. We will see you in 12 Alpha tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
9 a.m. Eastern. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. Slowly but surely we go. Okay. So now that we're done with that, I'm going to just check and see if there's any updates on the recovery for Suzanne Smith. Yeah, tomorrow, 9 a.m.
May the parties approach for one moment.
This was exhausting to listen to. Yeah, 6 there. Did you guys see one of the news stories that said that Diddy's baby oil had GHB in it? And it looks like the jury selection has wrapped up now too. And just 25 minutes ago, we have an update for the biolab in Rockdale County. The shelter in place has just been lifted. I know, I was just looking at that. But why are they all... See if it's the same shot. No, they're in vests. There's one there. Okay, so KSAT and Fox San Antonio are on 2 different viewpoints. I want to see the Fox one for a second.
From everyday fashion to statement pieces that elevate your look.
Okay, all of the hazmat is walking down in their hazmat gear to Mobile Command. That would appear to be everyone in hazmat. Looks like something's going on. I just don't know what. If you guys want to watch along with us, it's Michelle's Criminal Musings for the YT. That's all of the hazmat coming down and all of the police heading towards the Mobile Command van. Hi. Is the feed frozen or did it cut off? Oh, it just froze. Hi, Charlotte. How are you? We are watching the recovery effort for Suzanne Simpson. If you guys would like to see the visual side of things, we're on the YT at Michelle's Criminal Musings. Just a lot of movement where everyone in the hazmat team, as well as all the officers have walked down the hill and are circling around Mobile Command. Not sure what is going on. Maybe it's shift. I just don't know. Looks like they might be taking their gear off, so maybe they're done for the day. Come on, baby girl. And if anyone missed it, I did put a video out with an update on Elijah Vu. There have been charges. I'm wondering if they're done or if they're gonna conference, if it's shift change, what is going on? Could you imagine have to be sitting there sifting through everything the way that they have to? That's just a lot. Yeah, it looks like they yeah, it looks like some of them are taking their hazmat off. Oh yeah, most definitely. But not only did they have to separate the garbage, they even dug deeper. That's what they've been doing, was deeper in one spot. They're in the southeast side of the landfill. We just don't know what that means. If that means them stripping down now out of the hazmat means they're done for the day, or does it mean they found something? I just don't know, guys. But they have been digging under since yesterday, right? Yeah, yesterday is when they started going deeper, and then they had to physically get down in the hole they dig themselves to use their own shovels too. So they say they have reason to believe she's down there. I hope they are able to find her, because her 4 children, which are age 20, 18, 15, and 5, they need answers about their mama, so that way they could grieve and try to find a way to heal. Well, their father isn't there for support because he's in jail, and he's suspected of taking her life. I mean, I'm not seeing anything to indicate that them coming out of here is anything announcement-wise. And the 15-year-old. Could you imagine having to lose both your parents, and one of them is the reason you lost the other? I don't know, man. That's just heartbreaking. But what I'm gonna do really quick is I'm gonna take a look at the other news headlines, see if we have any other updates really quickly. Yeah, and that trauma is going to be lifelong. Yeah, mine too. And sadly, her in-laws too, because they seem to be the only people that really care. The mom cares more about maintaining her friendship with her son-in-law than getting answers as to where to find her. Yeah, Bart Simpson is his brother. I'll always take an opportunity to say that because his name is Barton Simpson, literally. Oh, yeah, absolutely. You don't have behaviors like that when your child's missing and the only thing you care about is your son-in-law, who is alleged to be the reason for her being missing. And they have reason to believe it's a recovery. You gotta remember, neighbors saw them fighting inside the house. He saw him restrain her as well. They were also seen going into the woods where they heard 3 screams. That was it. When they did search the house, they went back again and they were let into a locked room. And there were 3, I believe it was 3. Don't quote me on that, but there were silencers, and I believe it was 3 silencers that were found in his locked room for his weapons, and a non-registered weapon as well. So they just need answers. It's been 11 days. Okay, thank you. So then everything else is copacetic, right? Popcorn Planet is reporting on a possible Diddy tape for Diddy and Leo. We've seen pictures, but and whatever happened to those lawsuits getting put in so we can hear more names, because the ones that have been coming in are not from the Texas lawyer. We have starting for first day of trial for Sarah Boone tomorrow morning. Was it 9 a.m. Eastern or? Yeah, it was 9 a.m. Eastern. So it'll be 8 my time. So that's what time we're due back tomorrow. Thank you. So on that, guys, I'm going to take this opportunity to take a break. We will keep watching, let you guys know if anything arises. But we've been live for 8 hours now. So now that everything's calmed down, and it's just a good time for us to take a break, get some rest before we got to come back live again. If we get any updates, we will put them up for you guys. Other than that, thank you guys so much and enjoy your evening. Bye, guys. You're welcome. And same thing over there on YouTube for you guys. I am out of here. I'm tired. So, ready? Break. Just kidding. Thank you so much, guys, and I will see you guys next time. Bye, guys.